Hello? Hello, gamers? Give me a tree emote streamer? Never. Izagi, hi. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Are we ready for pain? Emotional devastation? I hope everything's working. Everything's turned on. It's looking okay. Is looking ready. Like Five Nights at Freddy. Also, Golsif, that song we were listening to at the very start of stream, it was an Oblivion cover. You thought it was that? What's that one? I thought it was Treege. What is XDD Tree? Don't you know what? Don't add it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm always ready for pain and emotional damage. Is it wrong that I feel my best content is just me crying on stream? Is that something I should be proud of? Because I'm very like okay with being emotionally vulnerable on stream, and I think that's a strength. Perhaps it is a weakness. I don't know. Tree just too meta. He isn't ready for it. Dude, we have Bridge. We have Fridge. We have DJ Fridge on a bridge. No, do we have DJ Fridge on a bridge? It's like Fridge on a bridge on a ridge near a something else. I don't remember. It's complicated though. That's the one. That's the one. Ray, thank you so much for the lurk. Welcome in. Is chat in the right spot? Chat looks like it's in the right spot. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Guys, I love you. Hope your day's been great. Hope your weekend was fantastic. Hope your Halloween was good. Spess and I didn't do anything. We watched, we stayed home. We ate, like, we got like a big thing of sushi from like the grocery store, and it was very mid, but you know, it was okay. And we also got like a big thing of like chimkin. You're my superstar. Jolly, that's your full year. Jolly, thank you so much for the year of T1. But then we watched the new Thor movie because it was on Disney Plus, because we were gonna watch Hocus Pocus 2, and then we saw the new Thor movie was on, and then it was like, I fell asleep. I fell asleep. I don't know. I didn't love it. I liked the other Thor movie, directed by, what's his name? Taika Waititi, I think his name is. I don't remember, but I liked the other Thor movie. This one, I don't know. I don't know. I just wasn't in love with it. It was just very okay. And then we also watched all of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, the new like episodic thing that they put out, which is really good and gets very meta. And if you liked the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared videos on YouTube at all, I highly recommend it, because I think aren't they all on YouTube? I don't remember where we watched them. Spess put them on and it was great. Much candy? Vel, did you buy yourself a bunch of candy? Oh yeah, happy 50% off candy day. The official 12 months and the official planet badge. Jolly, thank you so much for the year of support, you sweet soul. Today I realized I can play music for Terra because I have Bard on your main character. No taps. Taps is illegal. Taps is banned. Ray learned this the hard way. You have many coffin crisps and a few Kit Kat. Let's go. Let me make sure this is good. Okay, it's good. I had started Eureka, ladies and gentlemen. I was in Eureka and I got like the first stage of my weapon. How do I get in there? How do I do it? Armory chest. What is it called again? Murglace. I have begun the relic journey, and it felt kind of nice. I just had streams open and I was just like farming the protein crystals and doing the little events that were popping up, and it was like, it was fine. I like it. I like turning off my brain. If anyone played World of Warcraft back in the day, like a VC, I literally farmed moats outside of, I think, Shatrath, which is just killing elementals over and over to collect their moats to sell in the auction house. Like, that kind of turning off my brain content, like when I'm not live, is perfect for me. I like it. Oh no, the ultimate buffer because my internet fucking sucks. Rest in peace, Jolly. I'll be on after Phone Therapist 2. Probably gonna go back to fishing and cooking. Let's go, Vel. I need to live vicariously through your crafting obsessions so that I can get inspired to do crafting as well. I need to make you somewhere. I need to make you somewhere and play music. Make me somewhere. You need to make me somewhere? Hello? What does that even mean? Your static Operation Get Goals of Therapy disbanded? No! How will you get therapy now? There he is, out cutie, Terra! Hello there in chat. Hi, Lord Kai, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? It was because I left. Oh, right. The whole purpose of the static, like to get you therapy. I guess that would make sense why it disbanded. If like main character of the party left. You do have therapy book though, so it worked. They what's the word? Subconsciously, they inceptioned you to get therapy. Let's go. Proud of you, genuinely. All right, what's going on? Alfino, can you remind me what's happening in the story? Seems an age since we bade Minfilia a farewell. Right! The last bit of info that we got right before we stopped streaming last time was generations of Minfilia. And I was like, hello? Generations of Minfilia? Hang on, how do I turn off in-game music? Just finished the DJ Mog Talk VOD. A link to your DC2. It's so amazing how the whole thing evolved. That's so cool. I wish I could have watched it. I was so out of it this morning. I didn't get anything done. I spent most of it on the couch, if I'm being completely honest. But that sounds like a blast. You can still rewatch it. Of course, VODs. VODs exist. 10 out of 10. Wait, how do I clap? Most people, when they're playing instruments, run scripts, right? But this sounds like you're playing by hand. Most people have like little automatic things to play complicated songs for them. This is Zelda music. You're not playing Zelda. Ribbit, welcome in. Jolly, do you realize what game you're playing? Do you know? Can you play me Tomorrow and Tomorrow? Play Tomorrow and Tomorrow. I like that song. And sing the vocal part for me. Made me feel good about where I felt like I was shitty. Made me feel, yay, let's go, EJ. Honestly, the thing that I've learned with art, in that I never had the patience for, is just practice, 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 and then it gets there. The only way that you could be good at it is if you just practice. That actually applies to most things in life. Whatever you think Morin's gonna tell you about Minfilia, it won't be what you're expecting, just trust me. Okay, well now I feel challenged. Now I feel like Alize is trying to tell me that I can't figure it out based off of the subtle clues I've been given. The subtle clues that I've been given is that generations of Minfilia, right? Somehow she's being reborn. We're gonna figure it out. Hey! Shoot. What is this theme? Not, Dearly Beloved. Red Alphino really calling you dumb? Genuinely. No, it sounds good, Jolly. You just learned to play that? It sounds good. I could tell what it was instantly. Oh. Wait, what is this one? Oh, I'm out. I hear Megalovania, I'm out. What was that theme though? The creepy sounding one. I almost want to say Undertale, but that doesn't sound right. Yes, if you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. They're experiencing quite a surge in popularity. That makes sense. Lavender Town theme, thank you. You wish to learn the Oracle of Light? Then it would be my pleasure to assist. After I've finished off some few outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you can fetch me a book. The illustrated tale of the Oracle of Light it's called. Though it's not the Evangelion. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see for yourself. The book should be located on the level below. Now, okay. The current thing that I'm thinking is these generations of Minfilia were not a standard thing. I think this is a new thing as of like the 100 years ago event where Minfilia stopped the wall. Because even the Warrior of Darkness didn't seem like particularly acquainted to Minfilia when they were in like the, God, I don't even know what to call that, like in the ether, in the crystal realm? I don't know what to call it. Should, I say. For there is a place for everything here. Not everything is always in its place. Despite my best efforts, in short, the book is not where it should be. It will almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't. So, good luck. So now we have to hunt through the armies of books. I think it has some, my current running theory is that the generations of Minfilia just has something to do with when they returned with the like other warrior, Ardbert we'll say, with Ardbert's party. Somehow that caused a repeating Minfilia life, I don't know. Book's not here. Muffled Evangelion in the distance. If you were a book about Minfilia, where would you be? Right here, I believe. Just as your eyes begin to blur, they finally come to rest on a copy of the illustrated tale of the Oracle of Light. So I can't read it myself? Hold up, let me read it myself. Why do I gotta deliver it to Morin? I don't know how to read a book. I can't read it. I can link it, but I can't read it. Have you found the book? Yes, I have. Yes, this is the one. Hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I've finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Hopefully they just instantly tell me how Minfilia came to be here. Without further ado then. It began 100 years ago. When the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrant. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance, a maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Hi Marwick, welcome in. Naught was known about her, save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm, she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. Ah, what cute! Dude, the art is so cute! I'm glad we're gonna get picture book style. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Vobert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. She was hailed as the Oracle Reborn and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Yulmarin army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Oh, is she fucking dead? What happened? Oh, she is. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. And true to her words, some years later, another young girl was discovered who possessed the selfsame eyes and that selfsame hair, those selfsame powers. She too took the name Minfilia. She too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmore, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. Weird. I mean, I was correct, sort of. I just don't know why that would have happened. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrant on numerous occasions. And were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not, but all were made to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. Weird. Also, yes, I'm on the PS4. I do have to learn every song myself in order to play it. And yes, you learned some of these just today just so you can play. That's so cute, Jolly. The lunch I brought with me to work looked and smelled amazing. Everyone wanted some until I told them, wait, what is it? Well, what's in it? Why would everyone turn away? If it looks and smells amazing, what more do you need to know? What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Ulmuran armies some 10 years ago and taken into their care. Or rather their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name, for by that time, under Lord Vothry's rule, Yulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. It's just white rice, vertisauce, and tofu? Wait, that sounds amazing. Hello? Is it the tofu that's putting people off? Like, huh? For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that she was in the Ulmurans' best interests for her to remain under their control, because if she died, she could be reborn, right? But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Morin. Might I trouble you for a word, sir? Outside. Okay. Say tofu and everyone's like, ew? Everyone needs to broaden their horizons. It's really easy to do tofu poorly. I guess that's fair. Spess, for example, doesn't like regular tofu. It has to be like fried. You wouldn't have the tofu either? Also, correct me if I'm wrong, Lord Kaf, but you prefer to go by Suvu? I want garlic confit, ricotta, and spinach pasta. Are you getting that, random? Or are you just making us all hungry? As you have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued Minfilia was none other than our dear Thancred. Yeah, we saw that in the Shadowbringers trailer. They have since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not yet had a chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Hydaelyn's emissary to halt the Flood of Light. It could only be her that the people of the first witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. And the other 4 kind of became Sin Eater ghosts. While there's plainly some connection between the woman we knew and her namesakes, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubt that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, we may be certain he will not stand idly by. There you go again, talking in your roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. Yes, Suvu, thought so. Bro, what do you mean it's hard to do tofu? Just get some quality tofu, put some soy sauce on it, bam, done. My mom literally thought you just take it out of the water and eat it. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, well, okay. That's definitely the thing with tofu, is it needs some other flavor. Because the whole thing of tofu is it just fully absorbs whatever flavor it's being like marinated or cooked in. So if you, like just tofu by itself, like with no like flavoring or anything, that would be like the only way I guess you could do it wrong. I press it for hours, cube it, pan-sear it, or lightly fry it in a flavorful sauce. Turns out crispy on the outside and creamy on the inside. Oh, guys, you're making me so hungry. I love tofu, like genuinely. I need to meal prep, so that might be my meal prep for the week. Yes, random. Yes, that sounds delightful. Tofu's like $2. I don't understand why people don't try it. Isn't tofu like, what are the health benefits of tofu, if any? Like, I thought it was pretty good for you. You can definitely take tofu out of the water and eat it. Go to a Japanese restaurant. Tofu is usually served out of the water, cold, with a drizzle of soy sauce and maybe some green onions. But I mean, at least there's the soy sauce for salty. While Terra's in the cutscenes, I'm learning another hobbies. Exactly, no meat and easy on tummy. People with IBS, hello, tofu is your savior. Just so happens I agree with you. It's quite clear that this Minfilia possesses Hydaelyn's blessing. Is that the only thing? Wait. Is it just kids being born with Hydaelyn's blessing? And then they're like, it's Minfilia, the 17th. Like, hello? And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual on our side, right, sir? One's generally been enough, but fine. No, quite. Regarding tofu, I only remember Shin-chan being all potat fu, so me skeptical. Wait, I don't understand that sentence. Potat fu? What does that mean? I see you've made up your minds. Hi, Becky Bones, welcome in. Becky, are you ready for another round of emotional devastation? Exarch, what brings you here? A report and a proposal. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed the Yomoran forces at Laxenloft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her there, but we can be certain they will move her to Yulmore ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So if we mean to act, we should do it quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium. I don't get to help? What? I don't get to say anything? Just complete quest? It's a German joke, word joke. I have no idea how they translated it to English. Misty did all tofu, including smashed potatoes. Got you. Ew. Ew. Wait, so the whole meal was tofu? I don't think I could have that much tofu, as much as I love it. Deep gold headgear. Is this an upgrade? Oh, thank God it is. I can replace my goofy hat, you guys. Although I do like the little visor. Not the careless whisper. Not the careless whisper, Jolly. Jolly has a new hyperfixation, guys. It's playing instruments.
You are doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength, you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary.
Right. That's why he doesn't want us involved. You son of a... Alright. Fair enough.
'Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you.
Let's go.
My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all.
What? I actually didn't know that, Suvu. I had no idea. I'm gonna start doing that. Then I know what I'm in for.
As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war.
We have problem.
Let none be mistaken.
Oh,
we would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might.
That's such a
of
bittersweet feeling.
Some would even call it suicide.
That's such a bittersweet feeling, Marwick. Aww. Emotional hugs, Marwick. Emotional hugs. That's like, it's such a good thing, especially a dog that has like special needs like that, to find a home, but like, aww.
And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years.
That was such a good scene, dude. That was such a good scene. I literally got chills when we saw the night sky here.
Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we
Off
do?
to pack his stuff. Marek, love you. 9 months with him. Thank you, everyone. Aww. There's going to be a few happy tears for sure. Aww.
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrand deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Your
Yulmor's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions.
That is not the voice I was expecting out of you, Braggy.
The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for?
Power of the Nodders.
We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
Hi, Rando. Hrothgar are vaguely Eastern European? Hang on, I love that.
Rise up.
Wiki! Wiki, thank you so much for the lurk.
There may come a day when all hope seems lost, but even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not.
Let's remember this when Terra's crying, either today or tomorrow or in the next few Shadowbringer streams. The rest of the world might fall into despair, but we shall not, okay?
We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
We shall fight on.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
Everyone's being inspirational. He's like, yeah, fuck the Yulmorans.
Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmor's ultimatum.
The big question that I have right now, so they say that the Minfilias don't have their memories, right? But then I swear, it was either last stream or the stream before, maybe it was last stream, where she said, they need me or he needs me or something, referring to us, I'm quite certain. Unless maybe Thancred just was filling her in on the situation in our past relationship, I don't know. Unless this one does have Minfilia memories. I have so many questions.
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
Lena's so beautiful.
And there you have it. If Yulmor wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
Villain era! Villain era! Yes.
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
Hell yeah. Guys, we're starting our villain era. So, thank you. That's why I usually think
My
out
lord,
loud.
Our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure. At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air.
Dream
Not
powder?
always succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Chemical warfare? Guys, how do I turn off player instruments?
Very
Asking
good.
for a friend.
Proceed your preparations.
There's actually a bard music switch
And
off.
what exciting crimes would you have us commit?
There is
Speaking
a
for my
volume
fellow
control for it.
villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
I love Alize. Becky, I was just kidding. Good to know that I could, though.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
Bet. Oh, wait. All of us? Can we all join the guard? I want a little guard outfit. I want a little red cape. Dude, tell me. Tell me I can have a guard outfit. I will glam up in a guard outfit if it gives me it. I want the red cape. I want this outfit. Give me your outfit. So you'll be joining the guard, but however highly the Exarch thinks of you, you will receive no special treatment from me. Is that clear? Where's your salute, soldier? Ah, here's a cute little salute. Better. More spirited than the Exarch's feeble attempts, certainly. Now, first things first, you will need uniforms. Go to the Crystalline Mean and report to Catelys Everdeen. She will see you measured and fitted. It better be something I can glam. Oh, I need this. Oh, also, shoot, we should be Reaper. Shoot. Because our red mage is still 74, right? Yeah. Almost 75 at that. We will quest in Reaper form. Also, I'll have you guys know, I unlocked Gunbreaker, and it's level 62. I did a little bit of dungeons. I was very scared, but it went okay. Everything was fine as it turned out. I need to go to the mean. I don't remember where the mean is. I'm lost! Oh, actually, I do remember where the mean is. It's upstairs. You're gonna go Lala in one of the new NA data centers? Let's go. Terra Epic Gamer. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. But I do feel like I was shaking off the jitters of being a tank. As I was talking with some friends, it's like the past trauma of trying to play a tank in World of Warcraft. And people being toxic as hell. Was it below me? Please tell me it wasn't below me. It's here, right? There she is. Catelys Everdeen. Terra, rate my new Reaper glam. Where are you? It's looking very white magey. Actually, I kind of like it. I don't know what's going on with this. I kind of wish it was just the blindfold part without the this. But otherwise, I like it. I like this like half shoulder thing you got going on. Oh, and it's like, it's, what's the word? Symmetrical while being asymmetrical? I like it. He's nice, he's nice. Usually main healers, but I've kind of fallen into tank for 14. Yeah? Which one is your favorite rando? A lot of people told me to play Dark, but I was like, oh, I'll play Dark Knight when I want to do the quests on stream, because I've heard the Dark Knight quest line is supposed to be like, real good. Cute cat would whisper in private club. Super. And there's the last of them. Your friends are being measured as we speak. Right this way. We'll see to it you look dashing in your dashing best for your first outing. Please tell me it's actually something that I can glam. And not just like a temporary little outfit. Dark is fun but squishy, like Paladin and Warrior. Gunbreaker, I feel like I take a lot of damage, but I'm using mitigation and stuff, so maybe there must be something else I'm doing wrong. I haven't died, like as a tank, but I just feel like I'm watching my health bar and I feel like I take a lot of damage. Done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. I see. How goes it? Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we don't have anything on hand that's a ready fit. Is it because I'm so small? But we do have a few that are fairly close. We should be able to make them work with some minor adjustments. Very well then, see to it, and have the uniforms delivered directly to the field. I shall take this opportunity to brief you on the mission. Oh. As mentioned earlier, we will deploy Amaro to scatter the dream powder from the air. I'm too small. Paladin and Warrior are also the ones with the most self-heal, which might be from my healing background. So you're feeling like you're helping the healers, so it's more fun for you that way. Once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress and rescue the Oracle. Her safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided wherever possible. I assume we're to be part of said unit? Correct. The unit will be divided into two contingents, one deploying from Fort Job and the other from Ostal Imperative. You and Alfino will join the former. Sir, meanwhile, will join the latter with me. Before you proceed to your positions, you are to report to Chesamil at Spargerdrix. She will issue you with a serum to ward off the effects of Dream Powder. I like Dark Knight because edge. No, really, I just used it first and had fun. So all the dungeons that I've done, I usually like will warn them that I'm new to tanking, and then they'll kind of have like a conversation about their favorite tanks in a few of the dungeons that I've done, and usually they're like, I play Dark Knight because it's the easiest, is what they say. And I don't know why that is, but they're like, one person said, I like to play Dark Knight because I'm bad, is what they said. We should be on our way then. Take care, my friend, and we will see you in the field. Twice in the past week, I've duoed or soloed 2 bosses in dungeons. One was level 90 on Paladin. Okay, so I was doing, what was the dungeon? Snow Cloak? The one with like, it's all icy and it has really pretty music. And there's the tiny key that opens the door to darkness. That's the only meme I remember of it. And in the last wolf boss, where it does like the crystals, and then some of the crystals turn purple, my entire party, yeah, Snow Cloak, okay. My entire party got behind a purple crystal and I was like, uh-oh. And I was left alone behind the blue one. I was like, this isn't going to end well. And they all died, and I'm a tank, I don't have a res. So it was like a little less than half health, and I wasn't dying, and I was like, well, maybe I could survive this, but this just isn't going to be fun for them sitting outside. So I like let myself die. I like jumped into some AoEs. But I have a feeling like I potentially could have soloed it, because it actually doesn't do that much damage as long as I'm mitigating and using like my self-heal bullet and stuff. I think it would have been okay. It's quite far to the imperative, so you make use of an Amaro from the Rookery after you've collected the serum, of course. I think if you're yeah, I just realized I was like, dude, this is, if it was like 10% health, 15% health, I would have done it, but it would have taken too long and they would have gotten bored. No solo it, it's impressive. Everyone else can just eat popcorn while I'm sitting there soloing. I wanted to try and solo it as like a pure test of my skill, but again, I felt bad. I felt bad for the other 3 people. Actually, the closest warp to here will be Dosselgate. I had to tell my parents, my mom was like heartbroken. I mean, 9 months. I'm sure your mom's visited quite a few times in that time, or you've brought them. Aw, Marwick. I feel wispy over this for you because it's such an immensely bittersweet thing. Oh, you live with your parents right now. That's right, because you're back in location that I won't dox you. I've had a few where I've kept going when everyone else is dead. I usually only try when it's either really bad that we wipe, or if it's low and won't take 40 years to finish. Yeah, it was way too healthy for me to try. First time I did the latest trial, I had 2 tanks trying to solo the boss when everyone else was dead. And I was just there like, please just let yourself die. The boss has too much HP, we'll be here for hours, please. It's Ohio, doxed. Doing a boss solo while group dead in later content is such a rush and adrenaline. Had that once. Shivered after I was done. It was live on stream. That's awesome. Such a hell yeah, go me moment. Then when they all died, both tanks left the trial, and so did half the other people. Oh my. Pain, Jolly, pain. Yes, sweetie, is there something you need? Oh, one of the guard come for your dram, are you? Here you go. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world while your enemies are off in dreamland. Thank you, Chesamil. Now, if this is your first time, I should warn you, it's bitter as sin. Prince's kiss, they call it. But if you ask me, it should be called Crone's kiss. Jests aside, the stuff really is foul. Most people gag like there's no tomorrow. But if you don't drain every last drop, you're liable to end up taking a trip to dreamland yourself. So I must ask you to drink it here and now while I watch. Come on, give the old crone a kiss. Okay. Is it a key item? Oh, it's in my bar over here. I can just click it. Boop. Mmm, delicious. Tasty. Well done, sweetie. I'm proud of you. Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd even say you enjoyed it. And now you needn't fear falling asleep on the battlefield. Just have care you don't lose any limbs out there, all right? They don't tend to grow back. Thanks, Chesamil. You're sweet. You're sweet. Sweet old Chesamil. Trying to get a hold of my husband because he might kill me if he doesn't get to say bye. Wait, does he not know yet, Marwick? Is this a recent development? Love seeing people rage quit. 1, because it's so rare in 14, and 2, because I get to point left. What if, hang on now, hold on. What if both of their internet just went out? You don't know. What if they both just had an internet hiccup, or like they were in the same room, same house, and lightning struck their house? You don't know. You don't know their life. You don't know what they did. Within the last hour, oh my god, this is an immensely new development, Marwick. Holy shit. Yes, what do you require of me? I need this thing. An Amaro to take you to the Imperative, eh? As much as I would like to oblige, all our mounts are reserved for the coming operation. I fear you have to go by foot. But wait, there might be another way, assuming you're willing to lend a hand. Wait, how do I... Suvu said there was a way to, like, preview it? That's it. How do I want to preview it. I don't see a way. Search for item. Nar. Only when you get the reward part. I have it. How do I preview it? Because obviously this would work for any job, right? Oh my god, I should be on Red Mage. Right-click View Manifest. The only options are Use, Search for Item, Link, Search Recipes, Discard, and Sort. Vargi! Hello, Vargi. How you do? How you doing? Ah yes, both tanks and both healers are simultaneously had an internet connection left. Yes, Jolly. What if they were doing a LAN party? You don't know. You don't know their life. It only works when you have the choose reward window open. Ah, that's so weird. Anyways, I want this on my Red Mage. That's so heckin' weird. Iridescent Hat of Cast. Ah! I don't know how I feel about it. I'm uncertain on how this makes me feel. It's a little bit derpy. It's a small bit derpy, it is. Weapon coffer. Oh, it will be an upgrade, nice. I was about to deliver an Amaro to Radiska's Round, one of the locations whence the beasts will fly for the operation. The tower lies along route to the Imperative. If near enough is good enough for you, you may make the delivery in my stead. Very good. I shall ready the Amaro for departure at once. Honestly, literally in a war effort, and he's like, hey, do a delivery for me, and then I guess you can ride on the Amaro while you're doing the delivery. I'm in the French army now. Yeah, with that hat? No kidding. Radiska's Round is to the north and west. You can take the road, or you can fly. It's up to you. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry, and she will give you further instructions. If you should become separated from the Amaro, worry not. The beasts are trained to return to the rookery. That is all. Go well. All right, I have Burb. What happened? What happened now? North into the... Help! Tell me what to do, sir. I wasn't fully listening. You said north into the west. Oh, no. North into the west? Oh, I see. I see where to go. All is well. I don't think there's any way to be dismounted. Oh! Moon, thank you. Moon, thank you. That's amazing. Fly, Terra. You can fly with Burb. Interesting. Fascinating. Funny how that works. Jolly, there's a... God, what's the website? PC Parts Picker? No. There's a website that everyone I know uses to build PCs. And I'm drawing a blank on the website. but it's really good for that. Oh, you're delivering that Amaro to us? I'm afraid there's been a change of plans. We already have all the beasts we require here. Instead, this one is to go to the Imperative to the west. Please see it to the handler on duty, Zeli Vantu. If you encounter trouble along the path, return here and I'll set you rightwise. Okay, I want this Aether Current, which is probably going to dismount me. You got already how they are not racist with beast tribes in this world. It's so different for the source. I love it, Suvu. I love it. It really makes me wonder if before the flood, if they were much the same. Because in this world, we know that the powers of light were much stronger than the powers of darkness, and there were some Ascians. But do you think the Ascians were messing with the beast tribes in this world as well? Or do you think they were always peaceful? Because I think it's entirely possible that they were always peaceful. Ooh. Another Aether Current. Who wants this? Who wants this burb? Where are you? Oh, up here. Here we go. Take burb. Oh, you don't want it? Oh no, you take burb. Ah, the last tomorrow. My thanks, friend. You may leave the beast with me. To be fair, if your world is dying and every day very much could be your last, probably don't care what someone looks like as long as you're alive. Yeah. And given that they're all like boxed into like this region, it's like, well, we could fight for what little resources there are, or we could band together and survive, which probably is what happened. My guess is that the beast tribes were maybe not as extreme because don't have the Ascians and the Garleans messing with them in the first, but probably were a little bit like uneasy with the other races up until the flood. Now it's like, well, okay. Say, I don't believe I know you. Did you join the guard recently? Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to the Hostile Imperative, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. The first thing you'll want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her at the lookout across the way. Captain? Oh, captain, my captain. Also, first let me attune here. I like the crystals in the first, how they have this like orange portion to them. They're pretty. The Exarch helped with that too, I guess. More than likely. Because the Exarch brought up the crystal tower here, right? And was like, make Crystarium. Everyone become safe and happy. Dude, it looks so cool in the distance. Look that shit. So it seems that rather than an Amaro delivering you, you delivered the Amaro. I'll not thank you. I expect all my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. Ooh, I was almost on the wrong job. Oh my god, I have to be so careful. It looks so plain, dude. I'm so used to my swords glowing now in all the different ones that I've had. Blech. Do work me happy. And Yulmar was like, safe and happy? Basker that. Yulmar was more like, ooh. Yes, dude. Yes, let me see this. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted. Yulmar was like, how about hedonism instead? And everyone else get fricked. The hat leaves something to be desired, but this tabard, absolutely what I wanted. I want to be little guard without that helmet. In readiness for the operation, the Amaro will need to be treated with the same serum as well. As you well know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them into taking it, we have sprinkled it into their fodder. All that remains is to feed it to them, a task I'm sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amaro launch and see to 4 of the beasts. Dismissed! Ask your Oracle of Light if hedonism is right for you. Yeah. I'm also, I just want to say it again. I'm also convinced that it's Catboy in somehow not being a cat. That mouth, I'm sure it's just a reused asset, but that mouth is so Catboy looking. Graha person from our version of the Crystal Tower. Cause he's not from this realm. I don't know. I'm okay with sounding like an idiot on this one, because if I'm right, I will be so smug. Quee. Aw. Dude, the Amaro are cute. The Amaro happily devours the fodder. We don't know if he's from this realm or not. True. We know that he's definitely not from this realm. We just don't know which realm he's from. Because when we first came here, he was like, hey, if anyone asks you where you're from, just say you're from the same place as me. So we know he's not from the first, no matter what. You could Amara mount for all combat jobs at 80. Have fun. What? Wait, what does that sentence mean? You could Amara mount for all combat jobs at 80. Have fun. Oh, we know he told them he's not from the first. Funky, you're right. I had a stroke reading it. You get an Amaro mount from all jobs at 80. Oh, hell yeah. I want it. It's cute. It's actually cute as hell. The Amaro absent-mindedly munches on the fodder. And I like its double, like, wing. The double, like, dragonfly wing style wings. And it's just a camel. He's a bird camel. The Amaro is wary at first, but appetite eventually wins out and it accepts the fodder. What are the burbs from again? They're so cool. The burbs are from Heavensward, and then dogs are from Stormblood, right? Kyo, welcome in. Except for Reaper and Sage. It's a good thing I got Red Mage. Heavensward, right. Has anyone else worked on the Eureka weapons, by the way? Because I'm actually having a lot of fun in Eureka. The Amaro reels at the smell, but accepts the fodder nonetheless. Oh, up. You've yet to do it because you've been doing everything else. Only made it to the second zone in Eureka. Yeah, I'm currently in an Emos. Never started Eureka yet, but I want to. You want so much stuff from it. It's my style of content outside of like doing serious things. I love when I can just shut my brain off and kill things. Like I said at the start of stream, back in World of Warcraft, I used to farm elemental motes to sell on the auction house, like outside Shattrath, just killing the same elementals over and over. That sort of stuff is fun to me. Well, not fun, but it's like calming, I guess. It's like playing Power Wash Simulator, but in an MMO. Good, the rest have already been dosed, so we need not fear any of our mounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units have now entered the final stages of their preparations. The time is nigh. Make ready and await deployment atop the main watchtower. I will send your uniform along as soon as it arrives. That is all. May night smile upon us. Ah, give me my uniform, you frick. I want to glam. Hello there, everyone. Boy, what a day I've had. Hi, Jad. Welcome in. Hopefully you're starting your unwind. Hopefully the assuming crappy part of the day is now over. Spend so much time getting some mount. What is that mount? That like red nine-tailed fox looking ass. Oh, it's above me. In Eureka, you can play with the different detection methods. Heh? What does that mean? I also like the Magio board. I didn't understand it at first in Eureka, but now it makes sense to me. Oh, this is the Stormblood Kieran. I got you. It's the fusion of all Stormblood mounts. Oh, it's so cool looking. Meta mount for Stormblood. Got it. Oh, wait. Where do you want me to go? It's somehow still above me? I missed something. I think I'm supposed to talk to somebody. Oh, wait. Maybe not. I'm just climbing this tower for no reason. Oh no. Please, somebody be up here for a quest. Grandma, this is second day at new job, already having a blast. Let's go. Oh, thank God they're up here. Job is literally just hauling boxes, filling out paperwork for 12 hours. Simple, easy, it's what you're good at. Dude, sometimes it's nice to work a job that just shuts off your brain. Duty commences. Can I have my gear first? I want to glam. I want to look like you, minus the helmet. Can I have my... The operation is about to commence. Stand ready. During the operation, some of your gear will be glamored. Your attributes and abilities will be unaffected. Oh, it's gonna do it for me. Okay. Fine. Fine. Fine, that's fine. Fine. I literally want to do the near raids just for that pod mount. It's so pretty in the first, dude. I like it. I like it. Baby Minfilia. Oh, she got some cute ass boots on. She really do be the spitting image of Minfilia, though. In Eureka, there are mobs that detect you by sound, so you can RP walk by. I didn't know that. Undead mobs detect blood. If you're missing any health, they'll detect you. Elementals will detect you if you cast magic. That's so cool, Rando. I didn't know that. It's really cool. I'd love to watch you do the near raids. The pod is actually a gold saucer mount. Oh my God. Okay, we got to start doing gold saucer, you guys. There's dailies in gold saucer, right?
What now? The Crystarium, I guess.
She looks like an angsty teen.
Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
But we brought Sleepy Time Fun Powder. Sleepy Time Fun Powder! Woo! Oh, you have to do the near raids before you can buy them out. There we go. Eureka's a big Final Fantasy XI question mark throwback. Is the Crystarium using rupees in Newmar? I hate that sentence, but yes. It's Sleepy Time Fun Powder. Oh, I wish it didn't put the helmet on me. I love the rest of it though. Take my stupid helmet off.
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
It is time. Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
Why is this music giving so much right now? Like, I'm not mad. It's just, it's giving a lot. Did they bring a smaller Amaro just for me? They did. Tiny Amaro for Tiny Lala. It's so cute. Don't ever talk to me or my son ever again. It's so little. Let's fucking get it. Item level has been synced to 395. Do I even have that high of an item level on my Reaper? No, 378.
For the Crystarium!
I got you, Alpha No. I got you. You ask for help, I deliver. Dude, Alpha No in his little outfit is so cute. I like Alpha No in this outfit. Wait, it's red. Okay, it was Alpha No. I was like, was that Eorzea? Red Alpha No. This is why bunnies are great, because they don't have ugly hats and helmets because they don't get to wear hats. This is why I do kind of want to be a bunny, but there are some very cute hats that I would be sad to lose. The whole squad dripping, right, Mighty? Welcome in, by the way. There was a book, it was Alpha, yeah. I started like to gaslight myself into thinking it was Eorzea because red. I keep forgetting about my Shadow of Death. Oh, speaking of Eorzea, let me look at you. I know you're basically just Alpha No, but I want to look at you. She's so cute. She's so cute. Pepe Loser Death's design. I keep forgetting about it. It's my one thing that I can never remember. Otherwise, I'd say Reaper finally makes sense to me, but yeah. Death's design, I will never. Crystarium scum. We'll start remembering. I'm sorry.
Let's give them a show.
Okay, Lena's making Dancer look fun though. I should have unlocked Dancer. I don't know why I was resistant to it. Lena, I'm leveling too many jobs right now. I can't also pick up Dancer. I will not have a rookie tarnishing the Good Reaper name. Why? Because I can't Death's design. Honestly fair.
You're not alone.
We don't seem to be getting anywhere. Sir, Lena, go on ahead. We'll hold them off here. No, stick with me. Stick with it. They're dead. Oh my god, I can't believe they're dead. Woo. Also, this whole arena is just like insanely beautiful. This is a far cry from Eorzea's sandy everything. Man, all these jobs look good. I should have unlocked that, Terra says to every class. Yeah. You can go there later when you're able to fly. To here in particular? For G-pose? For some, I mean, this is a terrible spot to stop, but for some G-pose? What a terrible spot to stop. Literally clipped into the stairs. You could say the sand gets everywhere, and that it's coarse and and I don't like it. I don't remember the full quote. Death's design. I pressed the wrong button. There she is! Minfilia! Quickly free her! Bum, 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 bum. Thank you. Are you... Okay, she doesn't remember us then. Are you from the Crystarium? Correct. We've come to rescue you. Your weapons, made to the same specifications as Thancred's. Be ready to use them. Understood. Please lead the way. I'm sad she doesn't remember us. I mean, it's fine, but I'm sad. Kind of thought she'd have like a boom, boom, like an echo moment. Let's rejoin the others and quit this place. All this trouble because of me. I'm so sorry. Save your apologies until after we've escaped. Eh? Okay, good. It's quiet. Too quiet. Is that Ranjit? This will not end well. Time for boss fight. It's wild that Minfilia is using daggers. It seems so wrong. It seems so wrong. Oh, that's so cute, EJ. I can't wait to see them. That's so cute. Brazen thieves. You will regret coming here. He's got a dragon, by the way. Thiefilia. Ranjit Mage. Oh, the dragon's not something we fight. It's just there. You will return to Yulmore. The lady will come with us. No, I won't go back to that cell. He's actually not taking a lot of damage. Oi! Don't you shove me while I'm trying to land positional attacks. Disrespectful, first of all. How do you like the battle music? I like it. It reminds me of the screaming in oh god, what's this theme? Lightning Primal. I'm drawing a blank right now. Ramu, thank you. Yeah, it reminds me of Ramu. Oh! Their health? What happened? They got... and now it's just you and me. They got fucking bopped, dude. Be careful, sir. You are made of sterner stuff than the rest. I'm frightened. Please, I'm a poor melee DPS. You can't do this to me. You can't do this. Viola! Viola, hello? Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. It's good to see. No, I'm good. I'm good, Spess. Thank you. Love you. Raiders, welcome in. Hi, guys. I can't properly greet you, but hello. Be with you in one moment. I'm fighting Ranjit. He's being kind of rude and disrespectful, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Ah! Ranjit's too strong. These summoner buffs are crazy. Hi, Valkyrie. Viola, how was your stream? What were you doing? Do I have any active mods to do the shout out thing? Oh god, I'm gonna eat that in the face. Yeah, I ate that in the face. I really like this theme. Must fight it. Okay, we're good.
Why do you persist in this folly?
Wait! Okay. Whew. This is always my reaction when I get raided. I'm always in a stressful mission right as I have to read chat. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. But I feel like you get it. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Oops, I fricked up my combo.
It's over.
No, it's not. Sorry. Oh my god, yes it is! Help! Know your folly. Hang on, I'm healing a lot. I think I'm fine. I'm healing so much. I have brilliant conviction. Sermon's Ice did Endwalker weekly stuff, had a short stream today. It's getting late, so I'm gonna have some food. Absolutely, Viola. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you enjoy your unwind and hope you enjoy your lurk and foods and all that stuff. Ranjit gives Xenos vibes, but not as fun. 100%. Like Xenos, but not good. Hi, Muffin. It's good to have you.
You boy, you bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks.
Ooh, this is awkward. Xenos, but bullshit. Yeah.
By all means,
let me give proper
keep your
shoutouts.
counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yule.
I got you, Viola. I got you with them shoutouts. There you go. There you go. Oh, hang on. I'm not following. Boom. Fixed. Problem solved. God, I like the new shoutouts as a streamer. Hope you're enjoying new expansion so far. I am. It's, first of all, it's just beautiful. Second of all, I have so many questions. And third of all, I can tell I'm really, really invested in a story when I'm nonstop theorizing, and that's what I've been doing like all of Shadowbringers so far. I'm like asking a million questions and being like, okay, I think this is happening because of this. I think this is this, and I'm invested. I'm hella. If I wasn't already invested, I'm hella invested. You two guys, thank you so much again for the raid. I really, really appreciate you. Sorry you came in during like literally Ranjit fight, and I couldn't do anything. But it's so good to have you. Thank you, and please enjoy your unwind. I know how it can be post stream. Be back later. See you in a bit, Velk. Hope you're enjoying Shadowbringers. I am. So many theories to have at the same time in this game. Literally. So many moving pieces, too. Like, I can't wait until Reborn Xenos. Like, obviously they're going to use them at some point. I don't know when that is, but I'm just so excited for the reunion. Who? Thancred! Gunbreaker Thancred! Hi, bestie. It's the boy. It's the boy!
Thancred?
It's the boy! Hello, husband.
So, you are the wretch who stole her from us. And what if I am?
Kick his ass! End his life!
What?
Super Bull-eyed, you'll be fine.
Pathetic. Vermin such as you are.
Thancred. Kyo, yes. Literally dad crit. Yeah, 100%. Come on, rally. Fight beside Dad Crid. Oh, him grin. Oh? Oh? Oh. We out, bitch! We out there! Why did Lena stop running? Oh dear.
Break.
Get his ass! Run. Yeet! Except not. We got the crystal chat. Yeah, crystal X chat.
You would see your city razed.
Why are you running?
I would
Why
sooner
are
see
you
it
running?
raised than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
Oh? Oh? No way.
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way.
Except you just did. I mean...
But you would do well to tread warily. For your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmor dare not bear its steel. Ilmeg, the fairy kingdom.
Fairies! We're going to Fairyland. We're going to Fairyland. Also, I just saw you saying, Kyo.
That mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hound.
Solus! I just saw your Ranjit is like La Habrea. He has a macro for pathetic.
Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter a world's course. And now the plan has gone awry.
Get fricked.
But how? How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the source to the first?
I like this music.
As if I didn't have enough on my hands already. Then again, with a soul such as that,
Soul sus.
mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
Soul is my beloved. He's such a good character. It's mostly, I have to be completely honest, it's mostly because of the music they chose to accompany him that makes him such an enjoyable character for me.
Here in the shadow of the northern ranges lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for faith.
Flashbang!
Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
It's a little bright. It's a little bright in here, you guys.
We should be safe enough here.
So, my guess then is Thancred gave Minfilia her daggers, or his daggers, and he's like, I'll just be a gunbreaker instead. You got sunglasses, right? I actually don't have sunglasses, like in my glams. I'm pretty sure they exist, but I do not have them.
It's good to see you again, my friend.
Thancred! Wait, wasn't one of your eyes
I
fucked
don't know
up?
about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Yeah, you were the first to go.
Why, it only feels like one to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
Can confirm they do exist. I need them.
The girl, Minfilia, she and I were traveling together hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own.
I think that's when she's like, he needs my help. Or they need my help.
I found her
It was
too
very
late
vague.
to stop the Yulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move.
He was just having an edgy face. You can get Nero sunglasses. They were 300,000 when I purchased them. Somebody linked me a, oh gosh. It's like a database for the market boards. So I can server hop, or world hop, I guess I should say, for the cheapest like market board pricing. And it's been amazing for my glam needs. Can I think of my comfort streamer? Let's go, EJ. Let's go.
So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Ilmeg. And here we are.
I'm home, gamers. I'm in the land of fairies.
Eorzea has called this place home for a while now.
Eorzea!
Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim.
I want to see my boy! My verbose boy!
Happily, having trespassed on Eorzea's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here. Sooner or later, the Ilmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish two things.
Okay.
First, rendezvous with Eorzea.
Oh, I was already planning to do that.
And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
Agree, it's a bit too bright here. We need nighttime. I require fairy nighttime.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
I love her boot sandal wrapping shenanigans she has going on.
You. The hero from another world. I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and I knew I had to go to them. But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore.
He's really taking on dad cred.
And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
No, he's a deadbeat dad. Well, not a deadbeat. Abusive father.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
He fucking mad, dude.
Oh, poor thing being scolded so.
Poor thing. Poor thing.
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Come now. Put away that frown and have some fun with us.
Pixies.
Let's have some fun. Lots and lots of fun.
It's called discipline, not abuse. Jeez. Actually, you are right, Zatras. You're 100%
Which way
right.
was it to Eorzea's?
He wasn't being unfair.
We've been there so many times, but I can't. Why can't I remember?
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
Oh. They're freaking with us, the pixies. It's called memory loss. It's called pixie magic. It's very bright here. Ilmeg is the fairy kingdom, and as one might expect, it is home to the Fae folk. The most prominent among them are the pixies, who have a penchant for making mischief. They use powerful illusions to play tricks on all who venture into their domain. By way of an example, they can make a familiar path seem wholly unfamiliar, or lead you to believe you're somewhere you're not. And we are now, I'm sorry to say, entirely at their mercy. Oof! Those Fae freaks! Deep gold chest. As it stands, we cannot hope to find the way to Eorzea. For that, we must convince the pixies to lift the spell. From what I could make of the voices, the creatures want to play with us. If that is the case, they should permit us to find their village. Leader Loran? Come, I have a sneaking suspicion this path will lead us directly into their midst. It is just now that I realized that the pixies in this realm, or world, are more than likely the sylphs from Eorzea. Oh, and I should mention that Minfilia has been informed of our situation, of the different worlds and our mission. You may consider her an ally. What is that? What in the... I was about to call it a flower pot. It's a flower basket. What in the flower basket? I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna break its friggin' neck. I didn't death design it. I'm throwing. I keep screwing up the combo after blood stops. I don't know what's wrong with me. Woo! Very cute. Honestly, I adore how they kept these fairies closer to the original lore. And I point out differences between these fairy and sylph based on what you know already? Absolutely. Because I thought the sylphs were pretty playful as well. Just not maybe this damagingly. Hello, summoning stone. Give me a second, Dad Crit. Give me just 1 second. Wait, where's everyone else? Okay, there's Minfilia. Where's Alphino and Eorzea? Did they not make it? Why did we split up? Why didn't we just walk as a group? I only see 2 people here. Is that Alphino and Eorzea? Well, here we are, yet the pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, their games have already begun, in which case... Sir, there's a variety of plant native to these parts, with a distinctive furled tip. Looking grass is its name, so called because it can be used to spy pixies. Believe it or not, I'll explain how I know all this later, but first, I need you to help me find some. Oh, if a voice calls to you, under no circumstances should you respond. You will only subject yourself to further mischief. Okay. We're looking for grace. Every other race is the same appearance, differing only in name. So the sylphs are very distrusting of outsiders. Yes, I do recall that. And these fairies are more tricksterish because they will make you forget things, etc. Oh, a visitor! Where are you from, pray tell? I'm gonna talk to it. The Crystarium. What is that? Where is that? When is that? In your dreams, perhaps? Forget all about that place, for Ilmeg is your home now, today and tomorrow and forevermore. My body begins to feel heavy. Oh no, I'm beckoned! Fey magics have taken hold, and your will is not entirely your own. It's okay, I can still work. I talked to it. I take it you met with some trouble. Apologies for subjecting you to that. Can I assume from your presence that you managed to find us some looking grass? Yes. Looking for grass to touch, yeah. Yeah, this is the stuff. Thus armed, we should be able to see through the pixies' veil of invisibility, and seeing them is the first step to dealing with them. Come, let's gather everyone and put Urianger's little trick to good use. That's cute. Those aren't all pixies, are they?
Farasitha, Krakleath.
I found you, the game is over. Dude, I love their design here. I feel like this is what they wanted the sylphs to be. And so they just redid it.
Oh, we're found! How did this mortal know our trick?
Wait, I recognize
recognize their souls. These two have been here before.
Look, twins! How adorable!
Oh,
Lee, with us!
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Eorzea.
Before I can't roll my R's.
Eorzea, the peculiar one. In return for a place in Elmeg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Honestly, that just sounds like a fun week for Eorzea.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we?
Should we?
Would we?
What now?
Fun fact about this touch grass. IRL lore, it's traditionally a type of fern, which it looks like in game, and it's one of the ways you can supposedly see into the fairy realm. Right. Oh, there's a name for those. I think that the same plant was in Grounded, and we were playing it recently, and it's that same kind of plant that curls, right?
Like on the end. So we must indulge them.
It's really cute, actually.
Made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition: that you first lend us a helping hand, or 2, or 3.
They're sylphs on Weight Watchers. I always assumed that the sylphs, because they had such small arms and like small necks and everything, I assumed that they were just as spindly underneath and were instead wearing like very leafy flowing gowns, is what I always saw. Fiddleheads, maybe. I think that sounds right. Lots of types of ferns can curl. Some are edible, like fiddlehead. Ah, it's like the baby fern leaves. That's so cute.
Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Eorzea. Pixies on her.
Pixies on her. I don't know if I trust it. Dude, I just realized like the breastplate he has underneath.
Pixie chores.
Pretty nice.
I suggest we split up.
Pixie chores. Bit of butter and salt. Gotta pick them early in spring. Ah, I want to try it. And then somehow with my luck, I'll eat a spider. Hello, Sul-Un. Give me 1 second to switch jobs. Please don't look bad. I mean, do I love it? No. I really don't. But I also do not hate it. Also, the music here is so fucking cute. I just realized. It's precious. I'm already attuned here, right? Yeah, okay, good. Love these Scottish fucks. I live near where pixies are said to be in abundance. It honestly makes me so happy. That's so cute, Muffin. Oh, look at me. I have a task for you. Lida Lran is our beloved village, and we want it to always look lovely. And it can't look lovely without flowers blooming. I mean, you seem to be having that in spades. And no flowers bloom lovelier than everblooms. So here are some everbloom seeds. Take them and sow them here, there, and everywhere around the village. Simple as a dimple, yes? Yes, quite simple. I'm literally doing pixie chores. What, on top of somebody's house? That doesn't seem safe. Sweet tooth pixie. I really want to make it nighttime in here just because it's so bright. This entire region, Ilmeg, is like a flashbang. I wonder if maybe that's because of the pixie magic? We'll see. Oh, I can't wait for the flowers to bloom. Perhaps I'll make pretty curtains out of them. You cute little shit. Obviously, I love them because they're Scottish. I love them because they're mischievous. Mischievous? Mischievous? I think both is okay to say. What? This person fits right in. Hello? You are living your best life over here. You are clearly, you heard the assignment. Boop. Helping us grow flowers, are you? They'll make the house look so much lovelier. There used to be a city of mortals here, a great big bustling place called Verbert, or Bovert, or some such, but the Sin Eaters came and everyone disappeared. Since then, we pixies have been living here, and we've given the old houses our touch. Lovely, don't you think? I was wondering how they built this. They didn't. They've simply stolen the houses. The fog makes the light diffuse also, so it should be brighter. King of the New Forest Pixies is either Grand Colin or his twin brother Tiddy Cole. Other named local pixies are Lazy Lawrence, Watt, and Puck. Puck is common, right? Like, I feel like I hear Puck all the time. I'm so hungry I may faint. Fruit. A little fruit will set me right. Will you go and fetch some for me? Just outside the village, you'll find a hillock. 2 great bell trees grow there. If you give them a shake, they should render up their sweet, succulent burdens. You know Puck from Berserk? I just feel like it's such a common name. Puck is pretty common, typically named after Puck from A Midsummer's Night. Thank you. I was trying to think of the original like play that they were part of or writing, and that's it. You're done sowing the seeds. Thank you. This will help little Ran live up to its name, which means flower house, in case you weren't aware. We weren't always here, you know. We used to live deep in a lush forest. It was beautiful beyond compare, but almost all of it was swallowed up by the light. For a while we roamed, but eventually we found a place that men had abandoned. Together with our fellow fae folk, we decided to make it our new home. The land of the everlasting spring. This is our home, and it could be yours too. Forever and ever and ever. No. Hopefully this full outfit doesn't look too, like, bum. Oh, there's another. Doing all the pixie chores. Hello, hello. Sigun. Mortal, mortal, hear my plea. Our precious children are thirsty, and I need you to bring them water. Who are our children, you ask? Why, they're the leaf men you see standing about our village. Adorable. Wait, really? Adorable, aren't they? Now you'll need to go to Long Mirror Lake to draw the water. Once you have it, see that our children have a good drenching. Oh, but be warned, the Fwath make their home in the lake. They tend to play rough, so have care. Not literal children, right? Like this is not how they're born, right? Right? These little penguin grass looking ass things. Creepy. Oh, that's even creepier, Keo. That's even creepier. That's way creepier, in fact. Soldier crawler. Do you think the Fae folk will be happy to eat this instead? Except men equals hume, yeah. Disgusting. It would be very pretty here if it wasn't so blinding. I must kill the Light Warden. I think it'll look incredible at night. Ooh, there's a pretty model from Stormblood reused. I like that one. This place is precious later. I'm sure it is, because it has all the building blocks for being absolutely gorgeous. It's just a little too. Underwater buildings that are all mossy and so. Oh, can I swim in it? Oh my god, I can. Can I dive in it? I forgot how to dive. Let me dive. I don't remember how. Shift? Control? I want to explore it. I cannot. Damn, I want to explore it. Control and space? He not let me. Yo! I found Atlantis. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. It's like Subnautica without any of the fear because it's not dark and I can see the bottom. Smiley face. It's nice. I probably need to come there for reasons later on, but for now, I'm just happy to have seen it. So cool. Right, I just have to be far enough from the shore. I guess it wasn't deep enough to dive, like to enter the zone. Can you sprint while swimming? Oh, you can. This is news to me. Ooh, immortal. Oh, there's two of them? Oh, there's two of them. They're derpy as hell and cute. I reckon you'll love a dungeon that's coming up. Can't wait. Hello, Leaf Man. Hello, Pixie Child. Here's your water. Can't wait for a person to come out of it and be like, bah! No, never mind. Would have been a pretty good jump scare. Rose Bear. Rosebud. This isn't a horror game, Terra? I'm sorry. I think everything's a horror game. Literally everything jump scares me. You've given water to our children. Thank you ever so much. They're all very dear to us. They wandered into Ilmeg as stray mortals, but we grew attached to them and decided to take them in. You and yours would have been our children too, but the enchantment didn't catch as well as we'd hoped. It's never too late, of course. I don't like it. I don't like the pixie. I don't like it. My god. We've become French. That's all this outfit is. I did the thing. I got your fruits. Oh, thank you ever so much. You've saved me. Yes, saved me from my boredom. You should have seen the look on your face when the bugs came down. Ah, you've done me a great service, mortal. But there's one thing we pixies are serious about. It's having fun. Dull and painful things? Hate them. Sin Eaters are dull and painful both, so we hate them especially. You mortals try to fight those monstrosities, but there's no fun in that. Best to avoid them altogether, we say. Someone needs to tell them if we didn't fight them, that the whole world would be over, and then they'd get to have no fun at all. Unto the truth. I think I saw Eorzea in the thumbnail. Oops, we're red mage by accident. How goes it, sir? So a mix of menial tasks and pranks. Yeah, that pretty much sums up my own experience. They have no troubles worthy of the name. How long are we supposed to keep at this? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed, whenever I inquire about how much more there is to be done, the answer is ever the same. A little. I doubt they have any intention of releasing us in the near future. Eorzea once told me a story about the pixies. They're born from the souls of those who died as children, or so it's believed. Though they don't have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains, imprinted on their souls. And so they live only to play, keeping hapless mortals for their pleasure for years on end, sometimes even until death. In the past, when I sought to identify the true nature of ghosts, I came upon literature examining a similar subject. The soul was likened to a core that resides in the ether, and its presence is what differentiates us from such beings as sprites and arcane entities. Upon death, said core ordinarily dissipates alongside the ether that composed the flesh. However, it may be held together and bound to the corporeal realm, either by the will of its owner or by means of certain arts. In time, the soul may regather ether unto itself and assume another form. Oh my god, they're telling me what happened to Xenos. This is Xenos, they're talking about Xenos. Or find newly emerged life in which to abide. The pixies may be one such instance of this. If ghosts are mere... Is that Jet Gemini? Hello, Jet Gemini? How you doing? Raid things, welcome in, raiders. How are you guys? Let me give you a shout out. Boop, boop. There you are. What were you doing? You were playing. Oh, fuck yeah, Mortuary Assistant. How was it? How much spook did you get on a scale of 1 to spooky? Mortuary Assistant, amazing. You love this game? Rothmar, I've been loving it. I'm just in Shadowbringers MSQ, so of course no spoilers. Not that I think you guys would, but just in case. And it's fantastic. It's fantastic. He got so spooked. I love Mortuary Assistant. I was actually thinking of revisiting it because when I played it, I hunted down every ending and God, they do the scares so good in that game. It's so ambiently spooky and just, everything's out of the corner of your eyes. Like, it's so good. Okay, I finally have a PC and can stream again. And yes, I had a blast with so many jumps. It's so goddamn good. Congrats on getting PC again. I was wondering, we haven't seen you like in forever. Let me give you a proper shout out just so the humans can follow you. Guys, Jet Gemini is amazing vibes. They're amazing vibes. Highly recommend checking them out. Fantastic. And it's so good that they're actually back. They're back now. They have PC. They can do the thing. They can do the thing. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I'm in early Heavensward, got sidetracked leveling different classes. Okay, wow, I feel you. I now have Reaper, Sage, Gunbreaker, and Red Mage all going and leveling. I was like, I'm just gonna play one class. It'll be fine. No, I'm jumping everywhere now. Still Red Mage is my one true love. However, God, class is fun. Everyone has their own unique mechanic. It's great, it's good, feels good. I'm pretty sure Jet hurt his neck. He jumped so hard. Please take some muscle relaxants. Maybe do a couple stretches post stream. And of course, if you need food, if you gotta drink water, I need the self-care stuff post stream. Go do all that thing. Thank you so much for trusting me with your humans. I hope stream was fantastic. You never just play one class, and yet I thought I would. And here I am. Leveled almost all the Disciple of Hand classes trying to get one Carpenter quest. So I talked a friend into playing this game, and I can tell that she's getting invested because she's doing the crafting. And even I haven't done the crafting yet. And she was like, yeah, I was gonna do some quests, but then I was fishing. and then I was cooking. And I was like, it's so cute, and I get to live vicariously through her because I haven't touched the crafting just yet. Completed Shadowbringers just a few months after Endwalker, and I've only just started Endwalker. Just so much to do in this game. I didn't know that you played 14, Jet Gemini. Hello? I had no clue. So I guess you could tell I'm very early into Shadowbringers. I think like level 72 quests. All I know of this expansion is that I've already been loving the game. I loved Heavensward. A Realm Reborn was dry. That's just hard facts. A Realm Reborn was dry but important. Heavensward was amazing. I loved it. Stormblood I thought was very good as well. There was a lot of like rise and fall in the story there that made it so interesting. And then Shadowbringers has just been like, I'm just constantly theorizing on what's going on. I'm just loving it. Just spent 50 mil on a house. Oh my God. Free trial, don't have access to the market board, so you have to level the classes in order to get shit. Got you. Holy shit. Gemini got you into the game. You're also early into Shadowbringers. Let's go. I have a friend that actually just recently got a house after trying for months. They had to change the way that you bid on the houses, and that's the only way that they felt like they had a chance. Okay, that being said, Jet Gemini, thank you so much again for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Did I even like introduce myself? I don't know. I was very excited. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week. We do horror streams. We sometimes do drinking streams or chill streams. And our main game right now is Final Fantasy XIV that we play Tuesdays, Thursdays. I'm so obsessed. I'm so obsessed. The story has been so fucking good. And I've barely even scratched the other content. We were thinking maybe to try the Omega raids. Might not be today, might be on Thursday, but either way. It's been a blast, and it's so good to have you. So good to see you again. That's how you got your house? Because of the new change? Because of the new change to the raffle system, I think it's called? Hippity hoppity, there goes your property. 14 after a year. When AFK, yes. And that being said, I'm gonna dive right back into the story. There's so many games you want to play and end up spending all night on 14. That's been happening increasingly to me. I'm like, I have so much I need to do. And I'm like, I'm just gonna log in and do some roulettes. I gotta level up my other jobs. And then, whoops, there goes 3 hours. Whoopsies. Okay, where were we? If ghosts are merely souls without bodies, what does that make us? I think you've become that which you fear most, brother dearest. However, the pixies have come into being. If we leave them to judge when they are satisfied, they will never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with the creatures, but where to begin? It seems to me we would need at least one among them to sympathize with us. In the course of your chores, did any of you encounter a pixie who seemed even faintly amenable to reason? I'm just gonna say Feo. Wait, Feo-ul is like literally my buddy. Coral is so populated it's impossible to get a house. I think Adamantoise is also like one of the highest population, isn't it? I'm back, friends. Welcome back, Marwick. How you feeling? How you feeling? Do you need an internet hug? I couldn't even check the board on the house to see who won because I was so nervous. Spent months grinding Gil. And at like 3 a.m. in the morning, checked. He was so happy. Couldn't go back to sleep. That's so exciting. Did you immediately start decorating and spending millions more on decorations? Because that's what I heard. They spent a crap ton to even get the house in the first place. And then they spent a fuck ton decorating the inside of it. Because that's a whole other like ballpark. Marwick needs kiss. Marwick needs forehead kiss. Marwick. There you go. There's your forehead kiss. Hope you're feeling okay. I think they've just done a new DC though for NI. You can craft a lot of housing gear through. Oh, if you level crafters. Oh, so that's the ticket. That's the ticket. You max out all your crafting, then you go for a house. Thank you, Mixed Emotions, of course, of course. Mark, I love you. Feo-ul. Let's bring them into this. What? You knew a pixie from before? Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered into a pact? You might have mentioned this sooner. At any rate, I dare to hope this will offer us a way out. Without further delay then, summon this Feo-ul if you please. Sorry, I could go on and on. I'm living for it. I couldn't because I had no money and had to save another 3 mil for a house permit and then decorate. Luckily, I'm level 90 on all crafters. Built your guild back up again. That's one of the major reasons why I want to level crafting is just to make money, but also because it looks so goddamn cute. It's like a little mini game, right? With like min-maxing like the quality while not breaking it. My friend has been talking a little bit about it. With the chat mode in Say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter Feo Ul to summon your pixie friend at the designated location. Also, we're supposed to be on Reaper right now. I keep accidentally questing on Red Mage. Reaper's almost level 73. Crafting is way more fun than it has any right to be. I can't wait. Fail. Ooh, actually, really quickly, we haven't shown off our trailer in like a hot minute. I'm gonna show you guys my trailer, okay? It gives you like a general idea of what the other kind of vibes you might experience on the channel is. So be right back. Oh, hello. Come sit with me, my fellow traveler. Let's sit together and watch the stars die. Oh my god. I need like a tissue or something. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Hang on. What happened here? Oh my god! Rock! One shot ago. Boom. You're my superstar. Once again, Jet Gemini, it's so good to see you again. It's so good to see you again. I haven't played that trailer in a hot minute. I was like, I kind of miss it. I kind of want to see it. Crafting looks boring as hell, but you do it, it's a blast. For me, as an outsider that hasn't really done it, it looks like cute as hell. Because I always see them, like, especially like little woodcutters where they're like, and then they're like, and it just looks so fucking cute. It's been an age since I last saw the trailer. Yeah, we don't really play it as much as we used to. It's a game in the game, a little crafting mini game. Did you get me Starbies? How are you so handsome and attractive and amazing? Love you. Take it for Starbies. Guys, Spess got me Starbies. What the fuck did we just watch? You basically watched, what was that? Kind of like a collection of like 6 months of my streaming life, Muffin. How'd you feel about it? How did it make you feel? Corporate wants to know for research purposes. Lurk for spoilers. Yes, Roth, absolutely. Get the hell out of here while I'm doing MSQ. It's so good to have you. So good coming in on that raid, but massive spoiler territory right now. That was a wild trip. Good, good. That's what I'm looking for. It's the feeling I hope to put out. Feo Ul, I summon thee. Hello? 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 Too far away? Too far away from what? Oh. From the destination. From the destination, of course. A voice rings out in your mind. Please don't say the S word, my wife would hear. I also have a pizza to cook. See you in a bit, Gemini. It's one of my favorite moments with Feo Ul. Remember and say it's very case sensitive. I actually just wasn't even near where I needed to be. That's my own fault. So my sapling has finally remembered about his lovely branch. But with such a half-hearted call, he may as well lop me off and cast me aside. I have no sapling. What? Please, Feo Ul, I need you to summon your pixie friend. Wait, what does it actually want me to say? It's so bright, I can barely read it. Where's my quest log? Duty? Log? Hunting log? No. Duty? Journal. Oh no, it's to say, please, Feo Ul, I need you. Please, Feo Ul, I need you. Period. Question mark. Is that your idea of a fervent call? A sodden log could do it with more fire. Please, Feo Ul, I need you. Done. What's the next one? What's the next one? Hang on. It's so hard to read because it's so bright. Now we must say, oh, loveliest of branches, please grant me your succor. Typing savage. Context sensitive. It's sensitive to context. Oh, loveliest of branches, please grant me... Oh, I spelled please wrong. Please grant me your succor! Exclamation point. You have hot chocolate. When I did this quest, me and a few players struggled a lot. There's probably a typo in here I don't see. Wait, Moon, did you do it like on release? So there was like a group of you all trying to call to fail. Sucker. I wonder what that spot was like on launch day. That's literally what I was picturing. Are you okay?
Late.
I'm sorry, Fail.
I've been waiting for you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting.
I'm sorry. I forgot.
But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing he is. Cold and cruel and heartless.
I'm sorry. Time for cooking and fishing. Yes, Val. Fail is great. I love them. The way they practically have an aneurysm, right, Muffin? Bad sapling. I've been a naughty boy. See, it doesn't feel right. I should be a bunny boy so I can make sexual jokes and not feel weird about it.
Another self-important little brat. Just what we need.
Alize! Do not talk about Fail.
Reminds me of my childhood.
Do not talk about Fail, Alize. The sass?
All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke.
I love them.
But just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you.
The way she just fucking like strangled him.
Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Oh my god. The twins dynamic is literally chef's kiss. It's so good.
If it isn't Fail, ooh, the mold feel. It's been too long.
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself.
You'll get the ass.
Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, he will never be yours. Never, never, ever!
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
No, you can't keep them either. They're for my amusement and mine alone. And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of his bag all over your precious village.
Wait, what? Wait. Hold up.
There'll be cold, hard
Fail will
metal,
explode me?
Furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that, hmm?
Oh, my bag. Not like meat bag. Sorry, I meat bag is too common of a word whenever humans are being talked about. They meant literally my bag. I do have furry festering blood. I do have sweaty small clothes in there. And I do have cold hard metal. It's true. I love Fail so much, me too. It was a few months back that I did it, but there was a few other new players leveling up as well. Moon, I love that. I wish I could have seen it on launch day.
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Eorzea?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
I don't think the twins would love that.
It seems we won't be joining you.
Alphino's resigned to his fate.
We'll reveal the hidden Vernick to you at once.
We'll reveal the truth to you at once, they said. That's why it was so fucking bright. It was their spell. That's why it was so fucking bright. It's so pretty!
So
oh my
this
god.
Is the true Ilmeg.
How are you feeling?
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Gorgeous, isn't it? It is.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Eorzea?
The warrior of nodding.
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
Okay, I will. I love Feo. There's no way to just casually summon Feo, right? Oh, loveliest of branches. Grant me your succor. Right? You can't just like Feo them out of nowhere. This is so sad. For Alfino and Elise's sake, let us be quick. It would be a shame to return only to find that they have been made to play one game too many. Now the place we seek is the abandoned manor of a nobleman and scholar. The Bookman's Shelves, it's called, after the fellow's vast collection of tomes. An agreeable habitat for our friend, I'm sure you'll agree. If we follow the path north, we should soon find the place. Come along. Hang on, I have to check on Elise and Alfino. Your succor or your sucker? The former. I won't say no to the latter, though. Send Eorzea my regards and tell him to live somewhere less annoying next time. Holy fuck, I love her. Worry not, we shall be fine. Go on and find Eorzea. Tell Eorzea to live somewhere less annoying. Oh man. Oh yeah, I did attune into that crystal, okay. Oh wait, it's kind of a long run. Oblivion. Oblivion time. Dude, it's so fucking pretty here. What the fork? You burnt your tongue on hot chocolate! You fool! How can you enjoy the rest of the hot chocolate now with a burnt tongue? Is there actually Jolly? That brings me so much joy. Hey, a moth! Sorry, a blood morpho, of course. There's a purple and yellow one. It's so pretty. Rip Halloween. I don't want a lot for Christmas. It's Christmas time, that's really. Halloween dead. We don't know her. It's Crimbus time. It's your second most favorite zone in the game. It's absolutely gorgeous. The tower has Fae, like, wings? Sheesh! Can I climb to the top? No. Would be nice, though. Say the line. Say Oblivion. I can't get off the pony until you say Oblivion. Okay, I'm happy. If you stop moving on the ponies, they sing their music. They play their music more quietly, so I almost stop moving right as they hit Oblivion. So Tara, when do you want to get the Ravana mount? Today! No, I don't know when. Soon. And here we are at long last. I give you Eorzea's humble abode. Come, let us see if he's home. My husband! Present to me. Relationship with Thancred over. Now Eorzea is my husband. If he looks a fraction of it as hot as he did in the trailer.
Eorzea, are you in?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends his way. The Exarch did send word that thou wouldst seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon.
An astrologer? Was he always an astrologer? I see his Yu-Gi-Oh card, his Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Ah!
Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend.
He's
and
so
none
hot!
the worse for thy travails.
He's so hot! Help! I'm dead. I am dead. I am become deceased. Why is he so hot? Send help. I need an adult. Send help to me! Oh my god! You can have him. Thancred's mine. He's so hot. Urianger has some suns out, guns out, Funky. Suns out, guns out, okay? He was Arcanist before. He got an upgrade. Wait, people think Yuri's hot. Wait, Muffin, you don't? Muffin, do you have eyeballs? Do you plan on using those eyeballs? Do you not see the same gentleman that I see on my screen? Hello? Hello? No, I don't. Thancred, I mean, Thancred's still hot. Thancred's still hot, okay? I'll give you that. Shadowbringers Urianger sure is dang handsome. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Ah, the Eorzea exploded. I think it's speaking slightly to my father issues because of the gray hair. So hot. Hey, don't bonk me, Nitro. I don't deserve it.
Run along, Minfilia. We will meet you outside.
But
another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
Imbue? Nani? Uriandil for Terra. Kyo, yes. Hi, yes, I am home and Terra's cancelled. Back! Listen.
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already?
Vel, you're gonna have to get there in the story to find out. We ain't gonna answer none questions. We ain't gonna say nothing. You gotta get there yourself. Cause she mini-philia?
That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore.
Yes, it does. Pepper! Hello. Pepper! I need someone of exquisite taste. Do you think Urianger hot? This is Urianger. Do you think Urianger hot? Because Muffin doesn't know what they're talking about. I need to be validated. Please validate me. I trust you to do this. Yes, thank you. Wow! Almost. This is, okay, remember how I always advocate to you guys? This is a small-headed elf. Do you remember how I always advocate to you guys that there's somebody out there for everyone? And if you don't think you're attractive, you're just not your own type. Because I am looking respectfully at Urianger. And a lot of you guys are like, meh. And I'm like, I don't understand you. I don't understand you guys. I don't understand you people. He like just misses being hot. I don't know what it is. Is it because his beard isn't connected?
And through them behold the vision that
somebody Photoshop connecting his beard. I bet you that's what it is for like 90% of you people. Beards do not make men hot every time, okay? I mean, I do appreciate the like mutton chop action he's got going on. Not mutton chop, the like almost beard. But like, listen, guys. Male presenting humans are allowed to be attractive without beards, okay? Listen. I didn't notice his beard. It's werewolf aesthetic. It's giving Wolverine. Maybe that's why I like it. The beard thing doesn't faze me, honestly. I'm just a pognophile beard lover. Wait, there's a term for it? Terra thirsty bitch confirmed. I am. I said before, I'll say a million times more. This game is by panic entirely. Okay, may I manage the hair of Urianger at 14 FanFest in London? Except for the beard. Still me, the retired version, got known to a local brewery. Let's go, Suvu. Urianger is the guy who looks hot, but once you start talking to them, you wake up 6 hours later wondering how you got to Mars. Jolly, what does that even mean? I didn't even notice that. Maybe it was instinctual. You dislike beards. I actually knew that about you, Val. I did. I didn't know it in words until you just worded it there. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Knowing your types, that makes 100% sense. I think his brain is sexy. His appearance is just a bonus. Funky, you're there for those emotions. You're romantic as hell. Didn't know where I'd say it, but your type, yeah, exactly. I just want to quickly reread what he's saying. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th umbral clan. He's gonna tell us of our death, you guys.
As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come.
It might also be because I know Eorzea is ridiculously attractive, and I'm attracted to intellect. I'm trying to justify my carnal
there
reaction.
I saw the combined forces of Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald.
Keo, you can't. Chat will love you. Spess knows how much I love them. Says attract to people who can read because Terra cannot. Exactly, Jolly. They need to read to me, okay? And teach me how to do math. Well, not teach me how to do math. Just like do the math for me. And then like pretend like I understood. You don't have to justify your attraction. I don't feel like I need to. I just think it's fun to talk about. Can I just... I had some guy in chat joke that he oh, hell yeah. When everyone turned on him. Hell yeah. Community's great. Also love you so much. Hell yeah, Pepper. Hell fucking yeah. That's how you know you're fostering a good one. If that's the reaction, let's fucking go. Although I speak in Urianger in RP mode for poetic style. Super. No, I'm just kidding.
So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time.
So we were literally winning. What's the problem?
Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile.
Oh.
Black Rose.
Oh. That's why such devastation. Anyway, I needed a minute of vent and happy. Pepper, I love you.
Hi, Gay.
Its potency defied all reckoning.
Rogger's Reach. Also, I just want to claim really quickly off stream because Jolly showed me the jumping puzzle right back here. I did that jumping puzzle while I was waiting in queue for Gunbreaker. And I just wanted to talk about that really quickly because I'm proud of myself.
Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides.
Wait, so they fucked themselves with it a little bit?
From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel.
Holy shit,
Nor did
dude.
the land itself escape unscathed. For spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil.
Holy shit, dude. Whew. Opera GX integrates with TikTok? What the hell? That's kind of cool, Mac. I need to level my tanks tomorrow. Honestly, don't rush it. Just have fun with the Muffin. I've been enjoying Gunbreaker. I mean, I'm only level 62, but I've been enjoying it a lot. I just found Doctor Strange at the fishery. He's a black mage too. Have I done Kugane's parkour yet? No. I was kind of joking, thinking about doing it like if we do a drinking stream again in the future. I've actually been very much enjoying not getting drunk on stream lately. But if we do another drinking stream, I was joking about doing one of those jumping puzzles and drinking every time I fall. Oh, just the leveling.
Amidst the chaos
I feel
and
you.
upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might.
Damn. Mac, hell yeah. Reese's Pumpkins? Is it Reese's chocolate just shaped like a pumpkin? Or... Hello? Terry, you might die. Listen, Muffin. I know you're newer here. We played Cuphead, okay? I died 140... We were drinking on deaths, and I died 143 times in one night, and I was okay. I drink seltzers. I drink, like, easy alcohol. I don't go crazy anymore.
Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist. And those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order
were snuffed out. Reese's Cups in pumpkin shape. That's so cute. Holy shit.
Were no more.
What is that armor?
For the weapon spared not one, not even thee.
So that's how we died. Whew. New need acquired. I love seasonal Reese's, a better ratio of chocolate and peanut butter, in my opinion. I need to get my hands on it. Muffin. So, fun fact about tank queue versus healer queue. I was doing a low level dungeon with Vel actually, and I was trying to queue for it as tank, and we were in queue for I think 20 seconds, and I was like, ew, what is this? And then I switched off tank to healer, and then clicked the button again, and instantly we got queued. So healer queues are faster than tank queue, which is so shocking. It hurts me that the story thus far in Shadowbringers has been to stop your death. Like, does no one care about themselves? Yeah. Eorzea has been, well, I mean, to be fair, Jolly, it's not just about our death. All of the Scions died. All of the Scions died. And then this is what Eorzea witnessed, right? Tataru, Kryl, Thancred, Y'shtola, Alisaie, Alphinaud, and us. And then us being like the fucking final straw. Being like, that's too much. That's too much fucking death.
An endless age of
It's
war,
literally everyone.
begotten
Yeah.
by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th umbral calamity which I did behold.
But I believe it was when the Crystal Exarch was talking about it that it made it seem like, or was it Alphinaud? One of them was talking about Eorzea's vision and made it sound like just because he witnessed you die that he's trying to prevent all this, which made it sound very, very sweet. But it's the fact that just everything fell apart in this vision.
No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy. To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency.
And?
Come.
I mean, maybe later. Can you show me what the secret is?
Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
It looks like my Magia board in Eureka. It's my Magia board! Something to do with magic. Eorzea told you to come. The secret has come. I can't believe the secret ingredient. Come. At the end of A Realm Reborn, everyone sacrifices themselves to save you. The warrior light is special. Funky, that is true. Funky, you is right, though. You is right. You is right. That's the thing is, while I know everyone dies, no one else seems to care about that. And I was sad because I loved those characters and wanted them to care. Oh, right, Jolly. Right, the wording was that everyone else, like, was at a call to arms because they lose the warrior of light, us. Right. That's why everyone chose to stay and not worry about getting home. They were like, we need to save. We need to save Sir Terrabellum. It's a chart of the elements.
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source.
Or in Eureka. It looks just like the Eureka
As the
board.
chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active, umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, The denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral.
Interesting.
Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer.
Terra arguing with Oriange about this. I'm not arguing. When you have to wait 2 hours for a DPS queue, you cherish that a tank queue can only be 2 minutes. I'm a privileged streamer boy.
Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the two forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects, which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
We dumb as hell. We dumb as hell in our realm. Oriange, these can be found all over the source, Terra. Or Eureka, because that's where, I just meant the board itself. I just meant the way it's displayed. Also, it's upside down from the Eureka one. Someone hasn't been rotating their Eureka board and it shows. I'm just kidding. I love that you can rotate it on the fly to match elements.
Question, and
thusly and forthwith, forsooth. Funbuki, welcome in.
Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events. The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings. Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
we would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands.
It's like a balloon and something bad happens.
Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged.
Do you know Magia Auto? Don't tell me. Don't tell me if you slash Magia Auto while targeting a creature, it'll auto put you to the strongest element against it. Is that what it does? Because I'm going to make a macro for that if that's true. Hither and thither, Pepper, out, get out. Do you prefer to or fro? I definitely prefer to fro, personally. I know that's like definitely the minority opinion, but that's just how I feel personally. Hello, Suvu? Hello? Personally, for me, I was just reading it. My brain's small, hang on. It's cute. It's cute, Suvu. It's cute. You're also a frower. Ooh, good to see. It is time to... better grasp what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged.
We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Ilmeg.
True.
Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
So...
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Eorzea, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake.
I fully understood what Oriange told us, like the whole time. But just for chat's sake, if somebody's not fully grasping it,
to the pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation.
He was implying that, that the light of the first is the same thing as the Black Rose, right? Or did I understand backwards? I mean, for chat's sake, not for me. I totally understood. I just want you guys to clear it up for chat, not for me personally. Black Rose halts. I got that, but didn't he say the light also halts? There are also commands to do specifically for damage or defense if auto gives you the wrong one that you want. Got you. Light is stasis. Umbral is active. Isn't halt the same thing as stasis? Light is stasis or stagnancy. Is that not the same thing as halting? So they are the same. Thus, they would halt the ether in a body and kill. So that the light kills here in the same way that the Black Rose kills in our realm. The light of the first is the same as darkness in the... Meshar. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. 10 out of 10. I get it. I get it. That's what I thought I was understanding, but it sounded backwards. So I was like, is this right? But yeah, okay. That makes sense. To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the pixies for aid. Fortunately, I've become quite adept at courting their cooperation. Okay. I'm caught up.
Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
Okay. Halt this, you would. The ether problems on the source, like Matoya's broom not working, is from the... Thank you, that's the connection I was supposed to draw but didn't. Is from the abundance of light on the first, and this makes Black Rose more potent than intended. So if we solve the overabundance of light in the first, the Black Rose becomes less potent. It is backwards because the first is a reflection. Meshar, you were saying all the right words for me. I appreciate you. Holy shit. Also, Edelman! Hi, welcome in. That makes so much sense. This is why we have to fix the problem in the first, because then it stops the Black Rose from being able to do everything that it was able to do in Eorzea vision. Okay, I am fully on board. I 100% genuinely understand now. I get it. I get it. Yeah, you basically in Australia right now? Where's the wolf spiders? Where's the wolf spiders? Australia been real quiet since the first dropped, just saying. Save 2 worlds, yeah. My friend, ere I speak to the task at hand. So wait a second, does that, wait. Ardbert was trying to, under the Ascian's influence, Ardbert was trying to bring about... I think Ardbert was trying to make darkness more powerful in our realm to balance out, because they're a reflection of each other, to balance out the light in his world. Because then if the darkness is more powerful in ours, it would counter, right? I think. It would counteract how much light is in theirs. Ugh. Yeah, the first light is causing the thinning of ether by putting the ether into stasis. Got it. This is the full Shadowbringers lore experience. Dude, I love theorizing. I love diving. When stories are like what's the word I'm looking for? Well thought out, like with a lot of like moving parts to them. I love it. I love it. I love fully understanding rather than just being and like diving through it. I love it. Armed with that knowledge, Terra, ponder the phrasing of umbral calamity. Okay, it's coming together. It's coming together. Ardbert was tricked into trying to rejoin the first, right? Because the Ascians want, like, the great rejoining of all the shards. Astral and umbral eras, yup. Though you say it, I should head to bed soon. Work is up, but I feel way too comfy here. Suvu, just, like, put your phone on a charger and, like, just leave me on in the background and fall asleep to my screaming. Okay, my friend, ere I speak of the task at hand, there's a question I would pose to thee. What thinkest thou of mine appearance? Oh, can I answer full honesty? Did you lose weight? Oh, Eorzea, honey, did you lose weight? Bestie, hello? Did I lose weight? If 'tis of flesh thou speakest, I cannot rightly say. However, in taking up astrology, I may have shed with some yalms of fabric, my present attire better suiteth the art. Though the night be lost, behind the shroud of blinding light, doubt not but that the stars shine still. I have chosen to avail myself in their guidance, that I might navigate the sea of uncertainty that stretcheth before us. But enough of myself. Let us now speak of our task. I like how he was like taken aback. Did you lose weight? What? The obvious answer that he wanted was like, oh, are you an astrologer now? My main computer is actually next to my bed, so this will be no problem. Let's go. Get mad comfy, Super. Get mad comfy. As I did mention, if we are to enter the Lygia, we must needs gain the pixies' cooperation. This is a simple matter of presenting unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selection of viands that shall please their palates. Thancred, pray assist me in this endeavor. Meanwhile, sir, I bid thee obtain that which will please their eyes. In these parts there abideth a vilekin known for its beauteous wings, the hawker. I shall lend thee a receptacle within which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen. God, the way Eorzea talks, I'm like, every time I'm trying to read. What do you think of all this, Thancred? There's no avoiding chores, is there? Far better under Eorzea than the pixies, of course. Is that Zelda from The Legend of Link? Thou shouldst find a hawker nearby. Pray use the receptacle I have lent thee to capture a weakened specimen. Dude, Eorzea is a walking, like, verbosity meme. Just full verbose all the time. The way he talks is hot. He's, like, smart and stuff. Settable, I don't know how recently you've joined us, but I was actually talking about that. I was like, I don't know why I find him so hot, and I think it's because he's incredibly intelligent. I justified it in that I'm attracted to intellect, regardless of the vessel in which that intellect abides. I hate what I just said. I've been around Eorzea too much. Kyo, why mage? What did I miss? Why mage? Woo! Hang on, how do I receptacle you? Are you weakened enough? Receptacle! There we go. Tara, never say that again. I'm so sorry. I did not think before I spoke. The meaning of viand is an item of food, especially a choice or tasty dish. I still learn a new word every day in this game. Funky if that is not the truth. Welcome back, Valk! Thou art returned. Wert thou able to capture a hawker? Eat. There you go. Ah, a truly magnificent set of wings. I shall treat them at once to make fast their vibrant colors. Thancred too should return anon, upon which I shall ready all the items for presentation. Pray take thine ease meanwhile. This region is beautiful, Valk. I was complaining about how like swathed in light it was, and I was like, bro, we need to bring the darkness. But then we dealt with the pixies, and then suddenly it's like, whoa, beautiful.
'Tis done. The pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget.
It was a Goomba from Super Luigi Bros. Kino. I want to have housing here. Literally, when's housing in the Crystarium? I would settle for that, dude. Housing here would be better, but just the Crystarium alone would be, ooh, white Aurosite.
White Aurosite, newly forged for thy use.
But we're dealing with light
mission
wardens.
Being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary.
Right.
Our eternal enemies.
Right, fair
Thus
enough.
did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
Fair enough. I was like, we're dealing with light wardens, not Ascians. It's always Ascians. I love baby Minfilia.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
It's mostly her sandal boot, like, shenanigans she has going on. I'm living for them.
You asked.
That's my girl. Thank you.
Stretch. That's my girl. Ah. It's too cute. Dad Crit being a good dad.
Sloppy.
I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the
Thank you for the
sword,
stretch, by the way.
its limitations saw fit to accompany me. Which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether.
Ah.
I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
I was about to say, because gunbreakers, we infuse our ammo with ether. So he has to get Minfilia to
Once
do it.
we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
What is the story behind Sloppy? Can someone fill me in? A character from a dungeon said it a lot. And it just the way they delivered the line is goofy. So boom, it become noise.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear.
I also made a meme video
Yet have
about
care
it.
thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I
And
incur
post it on YouTube.
Thancred's ire.
Wonderful.
Hi,
Thank
Gay.
you. Thank you.
Hast thou spoken to him of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Hmm? Hello?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any.
Mark, thanks for the hydrate. I love Eorzea even more for how nice he is to Minfilia. It's very sweet. He's like, go get your books, sweetie.
As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past.
Right.
Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted.
Okay.
'Twas there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Oh, well, we're about to see it. His Minfilia.
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred. Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
Emotional damage!
What happened?
Literally, Kyo.
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it. I have told her many things. Where we came from, what we fight for. But of that day, I have not spoken.
Okay, where's the hug Thancred button? How do you want this to end?
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate.
Bro, that's so rough for Thancred.
The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
You kind of want to slap him like he did with the mana lane. He was all get over it then, but I get that it hurts. But like, mana lane was being ridiculous, Funky. I don't think Thancred is, well, maybe being a bit selfish, but not unreasonably so. Welcome in, by the way, studs. Oh, and Tina, good to see you too. Oh. Okay. Poor Thancred, dude.
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Leader Loran.
Exactly. I get it. A little bit selfish. It's big sad all over for everyone. Totally. If I understood Minfilia correctly, she was saying that if Thancred can raise this young Minfilia to like take on her duties, I guess you would say, then Minfilia would give her full strength, but not, I don't know if she necessarily meant that she would take over, as in like give her all the memories that she has. So I don't know, Thancred being upset kind of makes sense. Bring neck belts back in style. It looks so good in Thancred's outfit. Oh, or Aether Currents maybe. 383 to the east. Well, actually, maybe. I just feel pretty bummed out now, if I'm being perfectly honest. Was Thancred even there with us in the northeast? Was Thancred even there with us in the source when everything was happening? Did he even get a proper goodbye to Minfilia? I don't recall that scene. Northwest. Wait, I passed it? Where is it? Is it in... Oh, it's on the roof. He was there. Okay. Yeah, it's a tough scene. That was like... it was really hard to watch. Without being like... completely devastating. It was just like... It was just difficult. That's what she said, Jolly right. If little Minfilia doesn't want to, then big Minfilia will. And then if little Minfilia does, then large Minfilia will give her her power, but yet keep her agency. Let her still be her. No cry, only bongo. That's such a cute emote. Hang on, I didn't even fully acknowledge that. That is so cute. I need a bongo emote, guys. It's like 2 frames. If I had to give up one of my animated emotes, what would we replace with bongo? It's hard to see the burden that Thancred has put on him. Totally. And the fact that being around her 24/7, he's still missing Minfilia. And it's like every time he looks at her, it's like a constant reminder. That sucks. Get rid of Panic, maybe? I was thinking Panic is probably our weakest one. Ishikawa messes with your feelings like some magician. It's interesting how there can be devastating scenes without death. Cool, huh? I would accept leaving that because we have Scared. We do have Scared. Thancred guilt is so deep, yeah. I've seen a few people use Panic, Mac, but I think it's like the least used one of all of our animated ones. Excite is good. I use Excite myself a lot. Hi, Froggo! When you have a moment, be sure to show your appreciations to the twins. They've endured a great deal on our behalf. How are you guys doing? You couldn't have returned at a better time. The Pixies had just decided that it would be amusing to have Alize and I exchange outfits. Hang on. Wait. I'm hearing them out. I'm hearing the Pixies out. I would like to see this. Thanks to the gods you arrived when you did. Any later, and I don't think I would have been able to live it down. And people react so differently to different things in the game. There's some hurt for everyone. Yep. I dare not ask what happened in our absence. As much as I would like to savor the reunion with Master Alphino and Mistress Alize, it must wait. I have taken the liberty of presenting our gifts unto the Pixies. Let's see how they are received. It's the, oh, this particular brand didn't hurt you? Don't worry, we got different flavors of pain. Shadowbringers hits a lot of trauma buttons. It's like a kid in an elevator. They're like, we're just gonna press all of them. One of them's gonna get you. We weren't expecting you all back so soon. We had scarcely begun playing with the twins. That said, your gifts are truly wonderful. Let me tell you, the milk and honey and biscuits won't last a day, and the wings are the loveliest we've ever seen. You've done us a great kindness, and it's Fae custom to return the gesture. If you desire anything of us, you need but name it. Money! Ooh, look at this purple! Look at this purple sky! Pressing all the trauma buttons like Shonda Rhimes pushing for another Emmy. So what is it that you desire? Rusty old coins, like you mortals are wont to collect, perhaps? We are resolved to vanquish the Light Warden of this land. To that end, we desire entry to What a strange thing to wish for. You might as well ask for your death. But if that is what you want, who are we to argue? Very well, I shall speak with the others. You've clearly been busy, Eorzea. Would you be so kind as to tell us what we've missed? So that was the purpose of the gifts. Is there anything you can tell us about the Light Warden? I love how all the Fae are non-binary as defaults. They all use they and we pronouns. I love it. Aye, my lady, but circumstances most tragic, the Light Warden of this land is our king and ruler, Titania. It was not always so, of course. Our king fought the first Light Warden and threatened our home. You see, fought it and won. But all the horrible light that came out went and corrupted them, turning them into a new Light Warden. Now they're the king only in name, not remains of the wise and just ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to seal them in the castle. The magic for breaking the seal we divided into 4 and wove each into a different relic to be kept apart until the time was right. And this dress is one of them. It's been in our safekeeping for years and years. We've decided to entrust it to you. Are you sure? Of course, custom demands it. Though you're most certainly going to your deaths, we thought we should at least let you try. That way, we get to watch what happens. Of course you can't break the seal unless you have the other relics too. The shell crown is with the Fuath, the stone scepter is with the Numo, and the crystal shoes are with the Amaro. Good luck finding them all. The facts thus disclosed confirm mine own understanding. Our quest lieth now before us. First, let us heed to the lake, there to claim the shell crown from the Fuath. If we call to them before the untouchable gate, they will answer. How y'all doing today, Froggo? I'm real good. How are you? It's so punny in here. There are non-bin fairy. Oh my god. That was a bit of a stretch. You did your best. But yeah, they called Titania their king and then proceeded to refer to them with they them pronouns, right? I thought that's what I just caught. It was a fair attempt. I crung. You cringe, I crung, we all crong. I'm out. I wanted to cry all day, but you know it's going, Froggo. Sometimes you just have one of those days. You know my recommendation? Fucking do it. Fucking cry. Full send. Watch something, do something that's gonna make you cry. You'll feel so much better. I guarantee. Put on sad movie, put on sad song, and just like wallow for a hot minute. Untouchable gate. I'll be the judge of that. Touch. But on sad movie, you always skip past. Yes. But I can't because I'm at work. Oh, shit. Have a breakdown at work. You might get to go home early. No, I'm kidding. Although I'm kind of not kidding. Hearken to me, O spirits of the water. We are come with an entreaty. Not in a talkative mood, apparently. I'm not exactly sure how the gate works. But if the Fuath are water spirits, perhaps we should take our search into the lake. Crying is cathartic. Yep, it's very good. In the rush of Christmas one year, I escorted a brand new cashier off the floor because a customer was being a piece of shit. Yeah, I like, especially in a workplace, like trying to pretend you're an emotionless husk, like an emotionless cog in the gear is part of the problem. Part of why workplaces end up being so toxic. If you feel it and it has to come out, let it come out. That's what I say. I suppose a brief dip wouldn't hurt. We all know Thancred swims like an eel, but what about you, Minfilia? I can swim well enough. Thancred taught me. Excellent. What about you, Eorzea? I'm not sure I've ever asked. Oh? Rather than swim, mayhap it would be more expeditious to walk upon the surface by means of magic. He's Jesus! He has become Jesus. You too, Eorzea. That you should be a kindred spirit. Worry not, my friend. I know some helpful tricks, and I should be more than happy to share them with you. Together we shall conquer the waves. Eorzea can't swim, guys. Well, aren't we a lively lot? And you have an entreaty for us, you say? An entreaty from mortals? What a treat. I, my comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we would humbly beg the loan of the Shell Crown, which we are given to understand is in the safekeeping of your people. Oh, is that all? Of course you may have it. You shall have it. Just like that? What do you want from us? Oh, no need to be so suspicious. The crown simply doesn't mean much to us, is all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us. For we Fwath, it's over before it's begun, and we couldn't care less what becomes of the Fairy King, nor the world for that matter. Having said that, we do so seldom have mortal visitors, and it would seem a shame not to make the most of you. Touch the untouchable gate, and come hither to our domain. Don Meg. In your tongue it means forbidden realm. Sounds forbidding, doesn't? Yes. I will have belt. I just want to catch up on chat. What if we crowed in the break room at work? Haha, just kidding, unless. The employee was all, it's not my break time. Me, yes it is, because there's an asshole who's causing problems. Exactly, Mac. Let's go. 10 out of 10 coworker. I was going to say blame it on your lady time to go home, but unfortunately I have the pronoun extension. Marwick. I wonder if the pixies are non-binary. Their king wouldn't be more like Queen Keo, please. Or like Keen. Keen or Queen? I'd be there all 3 years, but I had a thicker skin. Gotcha. Like if it's such a rough couple days, but I can't let it out and act like I'm okay when I'm not at all. Yeah, Froggo, fully feel it is what I say. I'm afraid of the ocean. HP Lovecraft has entered the chat. Remember, kids, be nice to your store people this Christmas. Otherwise, the only thing Santa will bring you is the belt. Yep. A coal-colored belt. Queen. Themperor? Hang on, Themperor is amazing, and I love it. And so it should, for we are one with the water, our home a rot of ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through, give us a thrilling sport, and we will give you the crown. Oh, a dungeon. Bright pink one for extra humiliation. Covered in coal dust. That it gives coal marks. Hang on, it's getting very specific here. I don't think this is a hypothetical anymore. I think some people are just planning their hello. I think some people are just planning their Thursday evening. Hello. Thank you for pets. Wait, when did I get this pet out? I want this one. I like this one because when you pet it, it does a thing. If you pet this one, it like turns into a little tank. A little pot. He's cute. Back to work. Froggo, I love you. I love you. I hope you have a great day. Seriously. Mwah. I wish I'm painfully single. Day 1 journal of, oh god, of Triple N. I forgot it was Triple N. Waffle, I wish you best of luck. Bun! Oh, I typed Beck, not Beckon. Oh wait, no, it's slash handover. Come here, Bun. Let me pet you. I need to first person this Bun. Ah! I missed the Bun. This one's pretty cute too, though. He looks lost. Let me pet you. Is he cute? Is he cute? You're also you're also participating in the never not November. Nice. Triple N is very bad for you. Please don't do it. It's very unhealthy. I'm literally gonna die. That's so cute, the little cat. I also like the axolotl. What's this one? A capybara? A capybara? Oh, I typed pat, not pet. Let me pet you. What did it put on its head? Oh, it's dead. Also, do we want to actually party up for this one, or should I go in with the trust again? Do we want the trust lore of talking with the people? Thancred would tank for us. Tara, have you seen? There's a blue tongue skink. I have not seen blue tongue skink, unless it's right here somewhere. No, it's a ferret. It's too much. I can't deal. Becky, you'll be okay. You will survive. Hey, hey. Do 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 do. Little Chocobo. So wind up alpha. Don't want to do homework? Sweetling, you must. Sweetling, you must do the homework. Aw, studs. Ferrets don't have to be smelly. Yeah, you only have to like clean their cage like twice a day, right? Because of that, I just saw the update gear button. Oh yeah, this one. You've been reassigning gear. Oh, Novell. Oh, Novell. Update gear. Update gear. Oh, Novell, no. Homework done. Homework dumb. No. Sweetling, it's so funny in a Final Fantasy stream to say HW dumb because it makes it sound like you're saying Heavensward dumb. And Heavensward not dumb? It's very cool expansion. I'm just lazy enough to know mine would be smelly. Marwick, I'm in the same boat as you. I know myself. I would not have the time to clean their cage as much as it needs to, which is why I don't have ferrets. You want Becky's thought on this thing? The Great Serpent of Ronka. Becky, what is your thought on this thing? It's in a little tuft of grass. What is your thought on this thing? This thing. Precious blob. Oh my god. Scree! I said it was ugly. I don't think it's cute. Yo, let's go, Waffle. Congrats. I want my first exotic ship. I love my solar ship, but I would love to get my hands on an exotic. Tara said it was you. I did say it was you. Tara dares talk in such a way towards the Great Serpent of Ronka. I do. It's you. You. You it is. How can cute when no ears and no beans? Exactly, studs. This is my point. This is just one step above blob because it has little tiny stinger. Little butthole tail. Has a little butt tail and teeny little eyes, but no ears and no beans. Bird. Me when Me when Spes come home. That's me. That's how I look at him. Me when Spes home. Bored. Karen, welcome in. How you doing? Color reminds me of bee. That's why I think I don't like it, because it looks like somebody took a bee, ripped off all the little bee parts, and then just left the stinger and was like, I leave you to suffer. Ooh. Yeah, go ahead. Butthole Tales. I came in at the right time, apparently. Hi, Karen. Butthole Tales. I'm gonna go wind down for the night. Marwick, I love you so much. It's been quite the day for you. Unwind, relax. Maybe have some maybe watch good movie. Maybe you watch good sad movie, Marwick, and have good cry. Mwah, love you. How am I? I'm really good. We're about to do dungeon. I think I'll just do it in trust mode because I kind of want more dialogue. And it wasn't too bad the last time we did it. Form a party. Who can we take? Oh, I'm gonna take these three. I'm sad to leave the twins out. I'm insufficient level. Guys, it's happened again. I'm insufficient level. No, I'm okay for now. I'll wear it Thursday. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They like quadruple. So they like quadruple wrapped it. And then they didn't close the final bag. Thanks, Amazon. Amazon triple wrapped. Like I have like a. Ooh. I got like a different kind of like sweater, and Amazon wrapped it 4 times, and then didn't close the final wrapping. So it's like, Looks like grinding's back on the menu, boys. Oh, Minion? That's mine. You can't wear that. This one is cute. I like this one. This one is cute and also precious, this one. I mean, they don't get paid enough, so fair, Muffin. Honestly, fair. Thank you. Wherever you want. Dude, the samurai this is samurai, right? I like that hat. This nice hat you have there. I like that hat. Little plant baby, I like that one. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little bio break, but then we'll do this dungeon like this. Someone clearly fed up with their shit. Also, I might have to stick to Red Mage, actually, because this dungeon needs level 73, and Red Mage is level 74. It's dangerously close to us. I might have to level Reaper another way. We'll find out. Anyways, quick bio break. Everybody go pee. Everybody get water. Maybe do a heck and stretch. Move your body a little bit. And we'll see you guys in just a little bit. I want to pet the. Let me pet the. There we go. He looks so happy. He's looking up at my hand. Wait. the fucking. Oh. Okay. We'll be schmoovin'. It'll be fine. We got Pogger music. We're gonna get a heart. I'm gonna use the speedrun strats that I know. Just kidding. We're gonna do it normally, guys. When's it? Just do it. The camera in one hand, being like, selfie while I'm getting stabbed. Put the screwdriver down. My girlfriend, bro. Guys, wait. Hang on, I want to do something. Wait. Let's move over to the side. I hate it here. Why am I like this? So persistent. I'm trying to drink my... He got my hand off.
Are you questioning my authority?
Unlimited power. Why are you a Sith now? Because unlimited power. That's why. But I think the best experience I've had in a category, as far as like, whoa!
You're asking for it, you bastard.
We're just gonna move on. I've killed again. I can't stop killing. I can't stop killing. My hands are red with the blood of innocence. Can we get in the linen room? That's godlike. That's godlike.
Jesus, stay back!
Are you fucking joking me? It's over. It's over for me. What you say? I'm fucking dead as hell. It's because of this piano. I'm gonna be real. This piano is like beautiful, keeping me very calm. Piano's fantastic. Piano? Oh, okay, okay. I thought the music was done. Imagine paying for college. Couldn't be me. I didn't do any secondary education. Oh! This is what happens if you don't have secondary education, okay? This shit right here.
How could you do this to me? Question mark.
Did I win? I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need, and I don't care about the present underneath the Christmas tree. Yeah, we're gonna go. I'm sad to not bring twins. No, we're gonna do Thancred, Minfilia, Eorzea. We're gonna do it! Doing trust? Gonna do trust, yeah. I can't really remember how I feel about the last time we did a trust. I think we'll party up again for the next dungeon. It's pretty. I miss doing this with you guys. So I think the next dungeon will party up. But holy shit, it's pretty! But I just wanted to give trusts one more try. It's pretty. Hello, I love it here. I want to build a house here. Mariah Carey's almost thawed, I'd say in a week. I feel like Mariah Carey begins the thaw the minute it strikes midnight. October 31st. Or technically November 1st. One or more party members are new to this duty, me. A bonus will be awarded for swift completion of something something. What's happening here? Water wheel? What do you, stop that. What are you doing? What are you doing with that water wheel? I just double jolted out of panic. This is so embarrassing for me. I should be AoEing. What am I doing? Did this one grow? Damage is increased. Okay, so if they get watered, they get higher damage. Got it. The stores are right, and Mariah Cthulhu has awoken at her house in Twinklia. What? The music here is also fantastic. Oh. I wonder if I could force them to wall pull. Do you think they would take aggro? If only your tank had interjected the spell. Fuck. I think the trusts are gonna screw me. Guess who has a fucking car? Is it you? Couldn't be Echo. Is it Echo? Echo, hello, welcome in. Congratulations. No one asked you, Rando. Becky aggressive. I asked Rando. Rando, I asked you, okay? Friends, hi, congrats, Echo. Let's fucking go. Do, do, do. Is that Thancred yelling? Yeah! It is Thancred. You're just fucking with them? I'm sure they know. Don't worry. Twerks and wait, who is that based on? Is that Gengar?
Sloppy.
Is that a sussy Gengar? The internet has gone too far on this one. Too far, internet. Now I have pizza. So part of why it took me so long to come back is Spess wanted me to taste. He's been slow cooking chicken all morning in like. Ooh! Oh my! Did you see the flowers? Stay focused, Minfilia. I saw the flowers too, Minfilia. Yeah, Spess has been slow cooking chicken in like a buffalo like sauce and some other like flavorings, whatever have you. It's so good. It's so good. He's like, do you want to eat it now? I'm like, no, I want to eat it after stream so I can fully enjoy it. Also, you're not using AOR. AoE is par for trust. Wait. You not using AoE is par for. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because they don't do it. They don't do it. I think Thancred does it just to keep aggro, but nobody else AoEs. Eorzea, I'm commending you after this. You just gave me the spear. Eorzea gave me damage card. Wow, amaze. Why would I ever bring Alphino when Eorzea exists? Gengar dumpy. Thanks, I hate it. What are you doing? Why were you so extra? What's your problem? I'm gonna mark you with something. You get a little heal icon. There you go, Eorzea. That's for you. That's for you, okay, buddy? Someone in No Man's Sky renamed the system you're in Poo. There was an online event thingy that I did. And somebody, oh, hang on. I'm gonna put it to sleep. Resisted. Never mind. Somebody renamed the system like 4.0 killed No Man's Sky, and I was like, bro, I could not disagree more. As I'm like pretty much new to the game and I've been loving the 4.0 patch. Oh, he cast an insta death spell. Also, hi Ray, welcome back from your lurk. Oh, I should be AoEing. This is embarrassing. I pressed the wrong button again. This is so embarrassing. Nobody look.
I'll show you.
I can't believe I'm getting rusty at Red Mage because I've been playing a grand 2 streams of Reaper. This game is dead. Person playing the game. Yeah, person actively playing the game in order to name a system. The game is dead. Hello? Echo, what kind of pizza? What is your pizza of choice? I saw that you said you were having pizza, but I had to brag about my my slow roasted chicken. Is the music giving Nightmare Before Christmas vibes for anyone else? Or is it just me? I'm not complaining. This is a good thing. I'm happy about it. Yes, okay. The whole time I was listening to it, I was like, just faint. Just faint. Usually pep and black olive. While I don't care for black olives, I have been known to not kick them off of my pizza. I would never willingly order it, but it is good. You can hear it too? Okay, good. we heard this thing before? Oh, I got hit by an AoE because I'm busy reeling at the music. Oh shit, I'm getting bopped. The only time I've even slightly tolerated olive spell is when it's specifically black olives and on pizza. That's the only time I've been like okay with it. So once again, not my topping of choice, but not bad. Never selected, but seldom rejected. I actually really like that. Pesto sauce, topped with potatoes, garlic, artichoke spinach, plus minus meat, finished with ricotta and a dash of hot sauce. Is that your meal prep, Random, for the week? Is that what you decided on? This mechanic confused me. It seems like there's no way to avoid the damage. I'm just gonna addle them. So there is some damage you'll take regardless, but you avoid the bigger damage by not standing in the water. I am learning. I'm coming, buddy. Wow, Thancred didn't do the stack mechanic. Thancred, you're throwing, sir. You do not like pesto sauce. Pesto's one of my favorite sauces on things. It makes me sad. It's the boss theme. It would have played in Holminster. I knew it sounded vaguely familiar. So I did hear it once before in Holminster.
Keep your guard up.
I love that bonk. It makes me sad too, Terra. It's literally so good. Bum, bum, bum. I just want to catch up on everything else I missed. If I got my way, I'd get mac and cheese pizza, but alas, nobody here sells it. That sounds fire. It's exactly what I tried. You tried it on pizza. Immediately ripped them off. Rip. I hate green olives. Yeah, I tried. I tried with green olives. I really did. Even like the pimento stuffed ones. No. I don't think I tried the garlic stuff, but after the pimento, that was enough for me. Yes, then my dumbass decided I'd call that lunch instead. So you need to meal prep round 2. Whoopsies. Vuber tight beret of aiming. I want to see a beret. If it's cute, I'm gonna be mad. It's pretty cute. I'm a little bit mad. I would like this beret. It seems they haven't seems they haven't had quite enough games. Look, the landscape is changing. Okay, bringing Minfilia here just for her childlike wonder is amazing. Terrards, Terrarcanist, Terrancer, Terred Mage. Terred Mage has a beautiful ring to it. Ooh! We're good. I was trying to read chat. Dawn Fast Rowan. You already dodged those puddles better than people I get this dungeon with. Oh no. Well, because I realized the minute I got hit by one of them, I was like, there was no AoE circle, but I got launched. So naturally, they have a hidden AoE circle. Should have been the next, like, point to get from it. Depends on what the pesto is on or with. I particularly like things that are creamy pesto. Like creamy pesto things are, ooh, so good. I like these dumb little blue trees. Oh dear, I seem to have dropped a wasp nest. How very clumsy of me. Ah yes, the good old stop him with the wasps trick. Thancred? Thancred, what tricks do you know, sir? Onward, my friends, onward to your prize. Okay, the dialogue here has actually been really cheeky, and I'm gonna keep reading it when I see it pop up.
You underestimate me.
Aw. Dude, I'm really discovering feelings for Miniphilia. Through this dungeon in particular, actually. Because of her whimsy, her childlike wonder. They really start having more mechanics that you have to use your eyes rather than don't stand in orange circles, which is kind of great. Fun fact, Miniphilia sort of uses a custom model. It's not a child model, it's a scaled down adult Midlander model. Because she's not quite a child. She's like, what, 17? 15? Vubertite Armele of Aiming. Oh, up the leaves. 17 Munkatuas, that's what I thought. My apologies, but accidents do happen. Oh, okay. I thought these things, okay, let me just tell you what I thought. I thought this is where like, I thought it was like leaning back like this, and then they have like a tail, and I thought that was not a tail. Like I thought this was their front of their face. That's all I'm saying. I go into no more detail than that. I thought they were like balancing on their hands. I will not elaborate further. No. Okay, let me paint you a better picture. Here's their hand. This is the front of their face. These are their legs. These are their knees. And this is... Okay. Okay. Do you see what I see now? I said I wasn't gonna go into more detail and then I decided to. The zoom. Bad, Terra, bad. Viola, welcome back. How was your self-care moment? How was your post-stream self-care moment? I hope it was everything you needed it to be. I like this dungeon. I'm loving it. I can't put this thing to sleep. I can't interrupt it. It's just gonna buff whatever it wants to buff. Sir, what? Fun fact, they cut something like that from the first Alien. Right, wasn't the alien supposed to look significantly more phallic? I thought we had a conversation about this when I was playing Alien Isolation. Because what's scarier than a phallus? Sorry, I was screaming because of the AoE, not because penis. A tank or physical range DPS can interrupt those. So sad. Terry asked something. Ooh. Oh shit, I already did buy it. Waffle. Shit. Thank you for thinking of me though. Made some food, then removed makeup, did some skincare. Hell yeah.
I'll show you.
Come and play in my beautiful garden, said Don Fast Foi. Vubertite necklace of healing. That could be useful for my sage. What in the tree, puppy, is this? This area is fucking gorgeous. Whoa! I almost fell off my chair. Aside from the crone's metaphor, Dan O'Bannon suffered from the disease much of Alien is, what if mans get pregante? How terrifying. The alien was going to crab walk at Ripley with its tail tucked between its legs like, you know, got you. Terrifying. Tree puppy! We fight. We must kung fu fight, tree puppy. Wait, I want to look at it without fighting it. Can I look at you without fighting you? No, Thancred! I wanted to look at it. Thancred's hurting my puppy, you guys. Hey, Red Mage, can I get a res? Yeah, sure, I'll res you after my melee combo. The melee combo. 47 button presses. Ooh! I think we block them? We block them. No, you fuck! I missed one. Oh boy. Oriange took my... ah! Growing, absorb nutrients and are spurring rapid development. So we got 2 stacks of that growing buff, which is most unfortunate. Oriange actually grieving you, right?
I shall protect you.
Oh, I think we have to break ourselves out of our fetters. Minfilia? Oh, never mind. Yeah, exactly, Muffin, exactly. Thancred always steals my tether. For me, Oriange is my nemesis. I'm gonna say I do miss the Stormblood boss battle theme, but this one's really growing on me. Oop! I gotta break myself out of this. Okay, I'm gonna wait for them to pick their tethers, and then I'll pick mine. Thancred, you fuck! I'm getting griefed. I'm absolutely getting griefed. I'm getting griefed! Ah! No Thancred. He really said no Thancred and took my tether. NPC's actually grieving. It's okay, we're surviving. Scary though. It's scary times. I even tried to sprint over to it. Wasn't fast enough. Okay, that's not too bad. Despite getting immensely grieved. Hey, another thing of healing. My sage is gonna be kitted out without me even trying. Woo! Dude, hell yeah. Dude, hell yeah. Ooh, they're talking. Curious, yonder creature doth resemble Griol, a beast of Verbertite legend. The beast falleth short of the legend, he said after we killed it. Minfilia said, a palace of water. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Thancred said, except we're the ones in the tale. Stay on your guard. The extra little splashes of dialogue are actually quite cute. H.R. Geiger inspired Alien though, and worked with them on it. I think, speaking of H.R. Geiger, I think we're playing Scorn this Friday for our spooky game. And he designed the Singer of Corn's mic stand. Fun facts. Wow, those facts are fun. That sounded condescending. It was so not meant to be. I'm sure we can just peacefully take this with no recourse, right? Aw, it's a fake. You'll just have to keep going. Not as Minfilia said, we found it. The Xenomorph is literally based on the Geiger creature called, if I recall, the Newborn. I don't like it. Just so you know, Terra, as fun as it is to watch somebody play Scorn, there is NSFW in it. Maybe I should double check if it's safe for stream before fully committing to it. I think it's like technically okay, as long as it's not like the focus. Much like how Cyberpunk, a lot of people accidentally saw some PP. As long as it's not like the main focus and like, this dungeon's so cool. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. As long as it's not like the main focus and like hypersexualized, I think it's not TOS.
Prepare yourself.
Otherwise, there would have been a whole swath of people getting temp bans after playing Cyberpunk. Outlast also has Peepo in it, yes. It's not in the official ban list, so yeah. He's fine. It kind of was interacted with in the game. Was it like hello? Or like, I'm sure it's fine, is what I'm trying to say. I think if there's 2 targets, I'm supposed to be shattering. 360 potency, 200, and if it's hitting 2 targets, that's 400 potency. So I think I should be jolting and shattering on 2 targets. Because 280 versus 120, that would be 240. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to be jolt shattering. Or sorry, jolt impact, since it's upgraded now. Close, it was a machine that did it though. You want to play Scorn so bad? It's on Game Pass, Muffin, by the way. If you partake in the passing of game.
I'll show you.
How come this isn't one of the ponies from ARR? I want this. Ah! Oh, fine. Oh, you don't have Game Pass, can't afford it. I feel you. It's what's his name? This ghost model looks so familiar from like an animated movie, but I can't place them. Grimer? Slimer? That doesn't sound right. Slimer from Ghostbusters? Soma, thank you. Thank you. I was thinking it, but it didn't feel right. Casper. This is Casper getting swole, dude. Swole spur. Not enough chins to be Slimer. It's something strange in your neighborhood. One of Casper's brothers. I think that's it. I love the way the bridges are formed. I like this dungeon a lot. Dude, the devs really putting their whole devlesses into the new dungeon designs. This is incredible. It's like if Slimer buffed up. Yeah, and lost a couple chins. Please don't do that while I'm AoE. Aren, welcome in. How you doing? Also, Mac, thank you for med checking Sweetling, because clearly they forgot. I kind of wish there was a PC healer for the last boss for no reason. Rando. Hello. Do you know what class I'm playing? I'm my own PC healer. Guys, it's a face. Here's the eyes, and the purple line is the mouth. You see it? Wait, and this is the nose. I'm gonna love this part. Let's go! Verflex. You've been the last boss. Is that a violin? Stop. Panda, welcome in. How you doing? What a fucking cool design. Let me just catch up on the NPC chatter. Bravo, bravo, more. We want to see more. Minfilia said, this time we'll really have the crown. And Thancred said, focus on the fight, Minfilia, not the prize. Thancred Minfilia interaction right now is so cute. It's off the charts cute. He's like, yes, sweetie, stay focused. Time for a musical interlude. There's an eye? Am I supposed to look away? Yes. I think that's the first eye mechanic that I've ever... Woo! Help! Eorzea! I am Frog! Help me. You gave me the spear, you didn't help me. I think that's the first eye mechanic that I've ever successfully dodged on stream. Oh, sweet melody, take phantasmic form! What is it? What is it? What? We're supposed to cross? This wouldn't fool a child. Good thing I'm light on my feet. Eorzea, you're cheating! This shan't trouble us. No! It troubled me, fools tumble. Come on, Minfilia, you can do it. One step at a time. You can do it, Minfilia. I did it! I did it! You mastered the melody. Bravo. I did it. This shan't trouble us. I was reading fucking Eorzea's dialogue, okay? That's rather bright. I'm getting flashbang. Whoa! Keep your guard up. It's disgusting. I guess it still is a light. Wait, are you a light warden? No, you're not. You're just one of the Fuantas? Fanta? I don't remember what they're called. This is the part I wanted someone to rescue you off of, but you took care of it yourself. I beat them to it. Can't rescue me off the edge. I rescue me off the edge. Corrosive bile. Ooh, Fallout New Vegas is free. Where's it free on? I want it. Give me a crescendo. Give me a fortissimo. Oh, that was the Song of Terror. I should probably limit break, but I'm waiting. Whoa, that's what I'm waiting for. Toad Choir. That hit me last time. Okay, we're okay. Limit break. Activate. Yeah. I'm giving it all I've got. Sheesh. Just a crisp 39,000 damage. Prime Gaming over to GOG. What do you mean it's not free? I got a redemption code. Wait, they're making you pay for it? Mac, did you get scammed by free game?
I shall protect thee.
Inquire. Toad Choir. Fool me one time, shame on me. No, shame on you. Fool me more than one time, shame on you. Chad, pull down. We did it. We did it. That trust was pretty cute just because of the Thancred Minfilia dynamic. And Minfilia just being like in awe of everything. Faye Knuckles. Those are actually pretty cool. This is why I want to play Monk, you guys. They have such cool weapons. You guys are like, Terra, Monk's complicated. Monk presses lots of buttons, Terra. Time to collect our prize. Whew, we did it. You did nothing! Anyways. Is it over? I dare say they've had their fill of sport. What DC am I on? Ether! Adamantoise Ether. Their mastery over glamours is truly astounding. I liked the fancy tuxedo frog. It was very pretty. The paladin weapons from here are really pretty. How is the rapier from here? Should I farm it in my off time with trusts? And try to get the rapier for glamour? Yeah, Monk has a lot of buttons. That's what I was warned about. And I was like, and somebody, I think it was it Izagi that went into like deep detail about the combo? They were like, it's like 1, 2, 3, and then like 1, 4, 3, and then like 1, 5, 2, and then like 3, 4, 2, and I'm like, bleh. So I didn't want to do it. You started out as Monk.
Wilford!
Fuoth, that's what they're called, the Fuoth. I don't know what I was saying earlier. Too many subscriptions already, can't add Prime on top of everything else. I so feel you, Becky. Phantom of the Frogpera was pretty good. Felt like you were gonna say Ferengi. I should have.
Jolly good show.
Jolly good show.
Oh, you do not hold back.
Ankthon. What are the Fwoth exactly? Are these them?
But I would have it no other way.
Girl.
Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
Girl, those lashes on fleek. Holy shit. Holy shit. Phantom of the Opera. There you go, studs. You landed it. You landed it. Lush, right? Holy shit.
We have satisfied thy demands. Wilt thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course.
You dun 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 dun. It is wielding a candy cane just in time for Christmas time, and I.
There it is, the relic you seek. Yours for the taking. Have care you do not break it, though. Yes.
Yes. Yes. I love that frog. Me too, Becky. It was also just a fun dungeon overall. It was giving the vibes of like a D&D campaign because they were basically our DM being like, here's what I'm gonna throw at you this time.
You are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
Oh? Oh, Froggy with the fantastic eyelashes. Are you, are you hitting on me? That face.
More? I want to see more of him.
Uh-oh.
Yes! Yes! I could watch him forever!
Ruh-roh.
Why don't we just make him one of us? Yes! One of us!
One of us, one of us, one of us! One of us, one of us, one of us! One of us, one of us, one of us!
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that?
One
May
of
have
us.
the crowd,
One
but
of
in
us.
exchange, we will have you!
No! Help! Egad! Be.
Wake up!
Ow.
Wake up, damn
Guest. Be our guest. Artbird? What happened? I'm underwater. That's kelp.
Ah, you're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can.
That was some turtles in Stormblood. You had to Google it, Muffin? I don't blame you. Sometimes when I hear a voice, I literally can't focus on anything else until I've placed the voice or a face.
I'm sure you had your reasons, but the first rule of dealing with the Fwoth is do not deal with the Fwoth.
Fair.
It's said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them.
They were gonna drown me? What? They were gonna drown me, so I joined them. I thought they were gonna turn me into a frog.
Are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I expect.
Jesus Christ. One of us drowned the Lullafell. Holy Jesus. Yes, welcome to the Fwoth. Why do they all have traumatic fucking backstories? Holy shit. For a land as beautiful as this, it's filled with trauma.
That's the royal capital of the kingdom of Verbert down there. It's seen better days. They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites. Set in their ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people. It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew. while the street lamps burned hot and bright
I feel like
outside.
Ardbert's about to make me sad. Pickle Pixie! Nerds, okay, bye. Love y'all. Love you too, Pixie! They are the drowned of Verbert. That's fricked, dude. It's Fey Realm. You know what? Say less, honestly. Welcome to 14 tragedy everywhere. On that note, I'm gonna go cuddle with John. Becky, I love you. Enjoy cuddles. These are the stories of the real life Fae, right? They tried to be really true to life, right? Well, not life, but true to myth. This is the critically acclaimed part of the MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. So much. Drama filled everywhere, especially if you take into account what legends say what the Fae are. More cute land, 0 more emotional damage. A Japanese game that's low-key a hell world? Who would have experienced that after Mario and Pokemon and Silent Hill? Weird that you would clump those together, Stats.
All dead and buried now. Them and anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for? I wonder. I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
I like that little change of dialogue he chose. Rather than, I wonder after all's said and done, I hope. Don't show me that shield. They did that in this game too, Dina Tina. They said that they're, the Fae are likely children, and that's why they're so playful. It's children's souls that haven't moved on, and that's why they're so playful and mischievous. So that sounds about right. Panda tool. Oh my god. Panda, not this, right? I'm going back in. Nay, my lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee, west a moment. West a moment? Rest a moment. I can't help myself. Y'all are cruel. There was nothing where we looked. Sir! I'm not looking very red magey. I need to change my glam. I'm a green mage if such a thing exists. Dear gods, were it not for Soraban's blessing. But I need not labor the point. I am glad to see you safe and well, my friend. The fact that Alize was like out of breath and about to dive right back in to save us. So cute. Please, my lady, west a moment. Have you any idea how worried we were to wash up on the shore only to find you weren't with us? Oh, but I'm forgetting. Here's your crown, your majesty. The Fuath kept that part of the bargain at least. While there were certain twists and turns, our work here is done. With everyone none the worse for wetness. Oh, thank goodness you're still here. Suluin, is something amiss? A great big mob of mortals is marching to Ilmeg. Mortals with ugly weapons and uglier faces. They wouldn't happen to be your friends, would they? Rather the reverse, I fear. The Yomuran army, at a guess. Meaning we can play with them? As much as you like. But just be sure, I will return with you to confirm their identities. If they are who we suspect, we will require your aid. If Alphino is coming, then Alize will be too, yes? Can't have one without the other, you know. All right, just remember, we're not your playmates this time. I'm afraid we must leave the rest of the relic hunt in your hands. It's fine. Defeating the Light Warden would always have fallen to me. That sounds like accusatory. Don't worry, I've done this sort of thing before. Indeed. Very well then. See you afterwards, my friends. No, I'm still on Red Mage. I think we resolved to just do the rest on Red Mage anyways, as we're catching up on experience. Eorzea is eager to press on with the hunt for the Fey relics. With our enemies fast approaching, time is of the essence. We must needs accomplish our mission with all possible haste. Of the 2 remaining bearers of relics, the Numo are the nearest. We shall seek them out next. Among the Fey folk, they bear the distinction of having abided in these lands since before the flood. They are also the friendliest to men, and have served me faithfully whensoever I have called upon them. Indeed, they are the source of much knowledge I have acquired in my time here. The path leadeth past my dwellings. Let us away. Can do some fates in the area too. I probably should do some fates in the area, because don't they give like a specific currency? 549 yalms to the northeast. So probably up there somewhere. Likely somewhere I cannot reach currently. Bicolor gemstones, that's what it is. Dude, I really like those wings on that castle. I fear that they're gonna go away once we've killed the Light Warden. Not that I really think I could fit them into a G-pose photo. But I would like to if I could. You've been calling your IKEA shark Major General? Oh, which is the name of Shark Meaning 14? I was about to ask why. Past yonder cliff lieth Pla Eni, home of the Numo. The others have gone ahead to scout the way. Come, let us follow. The same thing will happen with pets, Jolly. If you start calling a pet something as a joke, that's just going to be its name. So make sure it's a joke you like. What in the... Witchweed? Let me look at you. Oh, you're one of those things. Booba. With the body of a spider. Not quite a spider. Spider adjacent. And the top half of a lady. Do. If the path striketh thee as precipitous, 'tis because it was once a mountain trail. For where the lake now lieth, there was a valley, in whose midst thrived the city of Verbert. 'Twas only when the Fuath came, in the wake of the flood, that the settlement was drowned. We stand now upon its former outskirts, grazing lands where shepherds once tended their flocks. Though one cannot help but feel a pang of loss when faced with such a spectacle, one can scarcely blame the Fey folk for so altering the land. Katie Betch, 1am here, hello! Hi, Katie! The blame for that lieth rightly with the light, a force terrible enough to bring an entire civilization to its knees, an entire world. That it should have been allowed to rise up unchecked is the greater regret. Yet in spite of all the tragedy which surroundeth me, full glad am I for the chance to be here. 'Twas these hands which brought together the warriors of darkness and Minfilia, lest thou forget. Therefore, even were there no 8th umbral calamity to forestall, it seemeth only right that I strive to deliver the first from its doom. Only right, I say, though such words ill convey the strength of my resolve. In truth, I can no more ignore the plight of this world than I can choose to stop breathing, and thus do I labor, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. The coming struggle promiseth to test our limits, but so long as we stand together, I doubt not but that we shall prevail. Hello? Katie Veg, thank you for the 5 gifted. What the heck? Want a Minfilia piggyback mount? Yes, I do. Hello? Hype. There you go. You did it. Katie, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. You sweet, generous soul. That means a heckin' lot. Thank you. Dude, that phrase in particular is kind of like so special. For those we have lost and for those we can yet save. I like that that is a recurring line that's coming up so often throughout this game. Because it's literally why I'm still playing. Hast thou business with us? Business? Ha! Nothing so boring. We smelled you coming and thought we'd come and play. They do not appear to be Bixies of Lida Loran. Mine apologies, but we are in some haste. Mayhap another day. Oh, in some haste, are you? Then allow me to hasten you on your way. Hee hee hee. That phrase is the 14 version of would you kindly at this point. Oh! Help! What happened? We got poofed. Teleportation magic. For a mercy, we were not sent far from our course. Should the pixies find us again, however, they will most assuredly repeat the trick. We have not the time to waste. Let us avail ourselves of an enchantment I have learned. Fey Cloak 'tis called, a most ingenious magic which rendereth one invisible to Fey folk, albeit briefly. I now only want to see Thancred giving Minfilia a piggyback. And this is PT's fault. That's all I want to see in this world. Gonna come and say hi? Absolutely, Panda. I like seeing everyone's glams. I shall cast the enchantment upon thee. Under its aegis, thou art to make thy way past the pixies and rejoin our comrades. Know, however, that the enchantment shall suffice to veil thee and thee alone. Be not tempted to employ a mount, as it will only serve to give thy presence away. Do it! Do I have it? Oh yeah, I have it. Fake cloak. Can I sprint? Oh yeah. I mean, I've been asking for it for years. And yet still, we cannot have. So, Eorzea? Is he staying behind? What should we do when we find them? We send them flying. Dude, frick these little Fey folks. Frick them. No, don't do it. Please, I'm innocent. Actually, I can use you. Ha! The pixies leave, disappointed writ on their faces. Which means I can mount. Panda! Is Bun... Hey, hey! Mr. Mushroom, I was trying to look at Glam. Rude, first of all. Wait, what weapon is that? Is that one of the relics? Or does it just look really cool? I want to be a Vieira. Guys, I want to be a Vieira. Every time I see bunnies now, I just want to be a Vieira. Even though I love my Lala very much, I want to be Vieira. Do it. So I think what I'm currently resolved to do, Dina Tina, is I'm going to get to the point where I can go into the Lalafell only zone, and then Lalas are for eating. I'm gonna go to the Lala only zone, and then I think after that I'm gonna really decide if I want to Fantasia, and I might join the Bun Brigade. Yeah. It's the ARR relic, man. It looks so good. I've just started working on Eureka, so I'm excited. I'm excited to get a crazy, beautiful weapon. That's a good idea, yeah. I want to see the Lala only zone. I've been a Lala since Heavensward? Because I started as an Aura, and then I Fantasia'd to Lala. And now I've been looking respectfully at Bun Boy. I like your hair color choice, by the way, the black and red. Very nice. Very nice. And cape! And cape! Very nice. Very nice. Once got invited to a Thailander link shell. Oh no, that's that weapon's amazing. A Thailander link shell. That sounds problematic in a very fun way. Got bunny ears when I was Lala, so it made me feel like I was part of the bunnies. You know, that's not a bad idea. You know what I want to complain about real quick? So Thailander females I think are perfect. There's nothing wrong with them. They're great. What the hell's the deal with Thailander males? Highlander males have such scuffed looking faces, and I don't know what it is. Highlander female has objectively the best dance. Lala male has such a shit dance. This little jig is dumb. I don't like it. Highlander males are chads. They're okay. I just wish they had the option to be a little cuter. So you could be like a himbo, like a cute himbo with a baby face. I just can't do their stance. It bothers me so much. Wait, this one? I like this one. You mean the standing pose? I love the way they hop into it. When they're like, boing. If you're talking about Lalas. Like Hildy, for example, or Godbert. Oh, we need to do some Hildy quests. I'm saving for them for when I'm depressed. When I'm depressed with the story. That's when we'll do Hildy. Oh, the Highlander female. What about Arenvald? He's a Highlander. How come he looks good? Wait, how come Arenvald looks good? Did I just not play with the character creator enough? But then you'll do all of them in Endwalker? Probably. Probably. I'll need distractions the more depressed I get. Roban is Highlander too. See, he looks good too though. Maybe I didn't play in the character creator enough. Cause yeah, I'm really jealous that Highlander females look so good. Because I was trying to play with the character creator with Highlander males and I just wasn't happy with anything that I put together. But maybe I didn't play with it enough. I assumed you were right behind us. What took you so long? I see. Yes, I'd rather say that's an excuse for lateness. You are hereby forgiven. In other good news, the Numo village lies just through here. We'll enter as soon as Eorzea deigns to join us. If he's able to join us is the bigger question. Ah, I'm loving this zone so much. Bioluminescent mushrooms are like top tier for me in terms of aesthetic. What in the little? What are you? Ah, mortals! Mortals are here, lots of them. He's so cute. Oh, Roban was Ro. Is he Ro or is he Highlander? My boyfriend and in-game husband is a Highlander male, and I'm telling. Okay, get a screenshot of them. Give me Highlander male inspo, because for me it was between Viera male and Highlander male if I was gonna race change, and I just couldn't get a Highlander to look good. I thought they said the Numo were men's best friends. The poor thing was beside itself with fear. 'Twas beside itself, perhaps, but not with fear. This is unacceptable! Unacceptable, I tell you, to have so many mortals appear at once. These things are precious. It's more excitement than we can bear. Greetings, Elder Widank. Tyranny, it hath been a while. Pray forgive my brevity, but time is against us. We are come to borrow the stone scepter of the Numo. The stone scepter? Then you mean to lift the seal over Lygia? That is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. If the king is set free, none here will be safe. Unlike our Fey cousins, we Numo have called this land our home since time immemorial. Leaving is unthinkable. Roban is a Highlander model. Oh, okay. Dude, this escape room simulator game I'm playing has an anti-motion sickness button. Worst mod, not watching game. Mac, no, live your best life. As long as you're keeping chat in check, that's all I care about. Is that the Olsen twins? Wow, time really gets away from you. Hey, Soma, this is what they're doing now. Thus did full many of us lay down our lives to seal away our king when they were corrupted by the light. As if we do as you ask, our sacrifice would have been in vain. Don't worry, we'll defeat Titania. No one will come to harm. Just hand over the gold stamp staff. No one will come to harm. I will suck up its light juice. Easily said for one who hasn't experienced the king's wrath. Honored elder, pray believe me when I say this man is possessed not only of the strength required to vanquish the king, but of something still more valuable, a means to resist the resultant corruption. Indeed, he hath already laid low the Light Warden of Lakeland, all without succumbing to the influence of its light. He is yet a stranger to this land, 'tis true, but he harboureth the self-same desire to see the Sin-Eaters eliminated as we do. Wilt thou not lend us thy hand, that we might see thy beloved home restored to its former glory? You have always done right by us, Eorzea. If you have placed your faith in this man, then so shall we. As you say, we want nothing more than to be rid of the Sin-Eaters. Be that as it may, this is not a decision to be made lightly. We require time to deliberate. A turn of the moon, perhaps. We don't have a turn of the moon, unless we want to debate this with the Yulmuran army. Elder, given all that's at stake, I cannot well expect thee to simply roll over and acquiesce to our request. But even now, a powerful foe draweth near, and I fear I must beseech thee to hasten thy deliberations, that thou mightest fetch us the scepter while there is yet time to use it. Roll over? Fetch? Bro, I just fought off dozens of Sentinel starships and 2 Sentinel frigates. They have nothing on you. Do they go away after a while, Waffle, or do you have to leave? Because I don't think the Sentinels have ever left me alone in space when playing No Man's Sky. Oh my god, Katie, thank you for sympathizing with me. I stumble enough as it is reading, and then Eorzea dialogue comes along, and I'm like, like, thou dost thither and thither, etc. You had to leave, okay. You know full well that naught gives us greater pleasure than to render aid to men. You know full well, yet you speak the words of power regardless? It's unfair. Unfair, I tell you. In happier times, it was our honor to assist mortals in need and receive rewards of befitting our deeds. Since the kingdom of Verbert fell, however, we've been starved of man's patronage. After so many years of deprivation, it is difficult to ignore such an earnest entreaty. They horny? Very well, Eorzea. I promise to give you as swift an answer as I may. In return, I ask that you and yours remain here the while and bestow upon us your patronage. Is this arrangement agreeable? They cute, but are they horny? What is this? I love watching stream with no sound and just seeing Terra's facial expressions. I'm like... Just read better, 5-head. Jolly, why you like this? Dude, I love it here. Whoa! This little white glam is so cute. What job is this for? Red mage? This is your red mage glam? I like it. I like it. What in the Alice in Wonderland have I wandered into? An ether current. It's level 60 Shire set. I need it. It looks nice. Ah, yes. Watering your mushrooms. Well done, well done. Proud of you. Let me help. How do I get it? I don't know how. The no more great. Oh, here we go. Minfilia, what you doing? What do I need help with? They're so cute, dude. They're like little old grannies. All of them. They're cute. I like them. Okay. Okay, crisis averted. I got the ether current. Dude, I fucking love this village. Hey, you. After I finish counting the leaves, I believe I will count the mushrooms for the 1,973rd time. I think they're bored. No more cute. They're so cute, dude. I love them. Well, enough to be served. The question is whether we can provide a fitting reward. What the hell would they want? What do you guys want for your reward? Though the Numo may appear placid and amicable, be fairly warned that they live by uncompromising codes. Codes such as that which saith the payment must precisely befit the service, be it an item or a task. Have care thou givest neither more nor less than what is requested. Can you sit on these? Can I sit on these is the bigger question. Oh my god, I can. Oh my god, I can. I can have my little mushroom adventure. Cute! I love it. Come here, white ink. A fitting payment. You will offer your patronage to our people too, yes? Let's see. Perhaps you can begin with Marn Ose. They are one of our foremost artisans, once held in the highest esteem by the Knights of Verbert. With the Knights gone, however, Marn Ose has had no opportunity to put their skills to use. They would be overjoyed for your patronage. Oop. Hey, you're the one who's counting mushrooms and leaves. 1,182, 1,183, 1,184. Wait, did I already count that leaf? And then we poke them. What? Where? Wait, you're a mortal? Huzzah! Huzzah! Well met, yes, very well met indeed. Have you old and tired arms and armor that are threatening to fall apart at critical junctures in battle? If you answered yes, then you've come to the right Numo. I will restore your equipment to pristine condition for a payment of a pair of moss fungus legs. Moss fungi roam just outside the cave. Please, please, please give their legs and your patronage to me. Okay. Are those the ones that look like they're laying backwards and have peepees, but it's actually their tail? Is that the legs that they want? Because those make me uncomfy. I want an entire region that's like this. I don't want it to just be this tiny little pocket of the world. I want the whole region to look like glowing mushrooms. You start counting leaves. It is these ones. You. You, I say. It honestly just makes me happy being in here. I bring fungi legs just for you. Ah, you're returned, and with the moss fungus legs, I hope. They are tools of my trade, lest you wonder, used to polish metal and leather alike to a lustrous sheen. Now that I have work again, I must replenish my stores. Ilmeg was a great zone. How many more fungus legs will you give? 2, 3. Do I even have 3? Oh! I was supposed to give 2. 3? But I asked for 2. Grr, no. No, this wasn't the agreement. You doubt that I'll fulfill the work for 2 moss fungus legs, so you tempt me with another. May as well call me a grasping mutt and spit in my eye. Well, if you think me a bad pneumo, then a bad pneumo I will be. Oh yes, I'll make a fine mess of everything you're wearing. Rip it to shreds. Wait, there are 2 legs here. Huh, you mustn't tease us fairies so. In my agitation, I could have done much worse than simply snap at you. You see, for there to be honor in a task, we must receive precisely what it is worth. Too little means you belittle our ability, too much means you question our integrity. You've given me fitting payment, so my services are at your disposal. I shall begin by inspecting your equipment. I instantly forgot. It was like, how many do you want to give? And I was like, I'll give them more. And then I forgot that it's like, you must be exactly precise with the pneumo. I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for the materials, I'm pleased to say that all your arms and armor may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, however, there's no need to hurry. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin with which you may pay me with when you desire to have work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Marnose's shop is open for business. Oh, and if you mean to offer your patronage to another, may I suggest Yiskuf? Judging from your equipment, 'tis plain you're no stranger to battle. I believe Yiskuf will have something to offer you. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Toolmender! Mend all my shit, please. It's been a minute since I've done this. Okay, we're good. Ooh, deep gold ring. Actually, I think I have higher quality rings. Oh, I don't. One of them isn't. To have so many men visit us at once. This is a joyous day indeed. If it pleases you, please give me your patronage. As my patron, I ask that you remove the noxious mushrooms that grow in our cave. Flame spores, they're called. We would tend to them with magics, except they leave behind a harmful ash. We have no choice but to pluck them one at a time. Now, you'll be curious as to what I have to offer. I am a purveyor of wares that will aid you in your travels. In exchange for your fitting payment, I will give you my choicest items. Please stop giving me your choicest items. But you are my finalist fantasy. Oh. They grow on the sides of your houses? Oh my god, they do. That's so cute. Yeet. I fucking missed. I definitely loved the little freak out that it had when we tried to give it 3. In hindsight, I'm glad that I clicked it because the overreaction was fire. Hi, Neon. Neon, how you doing? You've already moved the flame spores? How very quick you are. Oh, but did you perchance search by the western entrance as well? I'm told that more have cropped up in that area. Hang on a minute, this doesn't sound fair to the agreement. They're adding more. Fairy core! Isn't it amazing, Sweetling? I love it here. It's just begging to have a G-pose photo taken. Tired as always, yesterday worked for 9.5. As you pluck the last of the flame spores, you sense a gaze from the entrance. Who? Worked for 9.5 hours. Ugh. I was pretty tired yesterday. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I think I got probably about 5 hours. And then I worked 8.5, and yeah, I sympathize. I sympathize, Neon. I wasn't spying on you or anything. I've just finished my task and I should go back and report. Doth she have crush on Tiny Lala? Tiny crush for Tiny Lala? Do 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 do. Ah, you've returned. Have you dealt with the flame source by the western entrance as well? Excellent. No more poisonous spores irritating our noses. For a little while at least. Oh dear, I believe I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron again, it reminds me of the old days. Fair every day, I would carry my wares to the castle to offer in exchange for men's patronage. Back then the castle wasn't called Ligia. The Verbertites built it, and they named it Grun's Licht. Licht? Probably Licht. It was their last bastion in the struggle against sin eaters, and now they're gone, all of them. Nobles and knights and common folk alike. But enough reminiscing. I must give you what you've earned. And if you desire anything else I possess, I would be glad to offer them to you for a fitting price, of course. Neon, you would. Now, will we be offering your patronage to anyone else? If so, would you consider Widlad? Widelad. W-Y-D-L-A-D. Widelad. They've been under the weather of late, and the chance to perform an honorable task would cheer them up. Trinkets peddler? Surely you have nothing of value. And nothing of value was gained. Hello, wide lad. You bought Cyberpunk 2077 on your Steam Deck? Have you played it at all yet? What? You would be my patron? But I can't do anything for you. The lawless ones took my invisible ink, and without it I can't make my arcane wares. Who are the lawless ones? They're new mode, like us, except they've turned their backs on our values. Curs without honor they are. They refuse to work, instead spending all their time cavorting and making a nuisance of themselves. It was when I was outside for a walk that they set upon me and robbed me of my possessions, the ink included. I was too weak to resist them, but you, mortal, you look quite strong. Do you think you could take my ink back from those villains? If you do this, I will consider it your patronage, and by way of my service, I will make you something very special. Excuse me, sir. I couldn't help but overhearing. If you mean to undertake this task, will you let me accompany you? I would learn from you and help in what little way I can. Just don't get in the way. No, you're welcome to join. Mini Minfilia! It's an inky problem. Glad I'm not the only person that saw it as wide, lad. How could you not? It's too perfect. Thank you so much. The lawless ones make their lair to the south, inside a cave called Father Collard's Chambers. They took many vials of ink, and I would be grateful if you could bring as many back as possible. It's quite the run. You know what that means. Oblivion. Wait, I can go out this way. I didn't realize there was 2 entrances. Or 2 exits. Hang on. Fun idea. Where is it? Doot doot. Might be loud. Hang on. Let's put it like here. Because I've been loving this one. Can you ban the streamer from his own stream? You wish. You wish, Neon? I think that just constitutes as a very expensive self-timeout. Mac, are you in agreement? If you were funded, then don't worry about it. I love the Heavensward birds. I need to collect them. Muted Terra? Wait, am I muted? Bugma? What's up, Bugma? For 15 seconds. Okay. Dude, I don't know if a redeem to shut me up would be fun or not. Terra's not allowed to talk for like 2 minutes. I have to get the Ravana bird for sure. I know, Ray. I know. Timeout Terra doesn't speak. Can make it a very expensive redeem. Could be one of your point dumps if you guys ever want to shut me up after I have a hot take. Where'd you get this cover? WW Phone, a community member, actually DM'd me it. I was like, Tara, I know how much you love Oblivion. Here, listen to this one. And I was like, it's so good. Let me find the name of it. It's from the Primals, Oblivion Never Let It Go version. It's so good. I'm just gonna let it run until it's over. Oh shit, there might be good music in here. Hang on, I can't. Something serious might happen. I can't trust any fucking cutscene ever. We have no music. I guess we're listening. This is our backing music. Father Collard's chambers is through here. I peered inside, it's sure enough. It was milling with pneumo. They looked none too friendly. Time for you to log out, jolly. Time to unwind. If Thancred were here, he'd tell me to go about it quietly and quickly. Let us split up. I'd find all the ink I can and then come back outside. See you shortly, sir. Oh, thank God it wasn't a long cutscene. So close to your second Heavensward relic. How long does it take you from start to finish to get a relic? I'm okay with however long it takes me to get my Eureka relic. I'm just curious. Not long. Eureka might be different though, I suppose. I hate to cut this song off. So beautiful. The Primals, Never Let It Go version of Oblivion. God bless phone for linking me it. A Realm Reborn is long, Heavensward is far shorter. So what you're telling me is I should play a class that has a Heavensward relic. This is what I'm hearing. Currently all the classes, did I say classes? Currently all the classes I play are Sage, Red Mage, Reaper, Gunbreaker. So I'm fucked. How much grinding do you like? Well, back in World of Warcraft, I used to farm like elemental moats, which is just killing the same mob over and over outside of a city until you can sell it. Like, so I'm okay with grind. I'm okay with grind. I don't know if I'm like Korean MMO levels of okay with grind, but I am okay with grind. What am I supposed to be killing here? Garden Porksy. It's a pig! Sorry, I got very excited. It's a little piggy. It's a little Dumbo. This is the cutest thing in the fucking world. It's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen. And I'm gonna kill it. There's then a huge chunk in between that is just collecting items with tombstones and extra things. That's not bad. Few fates, then some quests, then just getting tombstones and extra things. Extra grinding, but it doesn't take a long, long time. That's for the Heavensward ones? That sounds really doable. What am I doing here? Ink. I'm collecting ink. That's what I'm doing here. You want it as a mount? Can I have it as a mount? Pneumo Fungimancer. First half of the A Realm Reborn one's relic is quick, second half is a slog. Ugh. Whoop. You can cheese the Umbrite step with a leave quest. So that means you'd want your crafting classes up? Or can you do leaves outside of... I just always think of the crafting leaves. You're gonna go for the Eureka relic next. And then if you get yours before me, you can tell me how bad of a grind it was. And if it was horrible or not. Oh, it's a Battlecraft leaf. What is this coat you're wearing? Ah! I just wanted to see the coat. I just wanted to see the coat. No, I want to see the coat. Very nice. Very nice. God, glamour is the real point of this game, genuinely. You get the Porksy mount with Pixie's tribal quests. Okay, how about that hamster? Golsif has a hamster, and how did Golsif get the hamster? Because the hamster with the big tail is very cute. By Thursday, you'll have a very nice Scholar relic weapon to show. I think it was the Eureka relic. One of the stages has butterfly wings over the book, and I was like, bro, it made me want to play Scholar. To have a book with like glowing butterfly wings, I was like, that's cute as fuck. Hamsters from Endwalker. Fuck! Okay, we gotta get to Endwalker. Change of plans. I'm speedrunning to Endwalker. Hamster's literally the newest Endwalker content. Shit. Well, shit. Oh, we still have Mount BGM on. I was like, what's happening? Why is Crystal Prelude playing right now? No more Mount BGM. Here we go. Jeez, this mount is so extra. I love it. You just a teensy bit halfway through Endwalker yourself? Karen, I'm catching up to you. Karen, soon this will not be a safe location for you. I hope you know. The Heavensward Scholar Relic weapon has like a neat halo over top of it with a mild wing effect. Personally like the Heavensward. I didn't look into the Heavensward Scholar Relics. I just so happened to see because I was looking at all the Eureka weapons, so I just so happened to see the Scholar Eureka weapon. Ixion, the lightning summon from Final Fantasy X.
Oh, thank goodness. There you are. Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe.
I see you use daggers. I kind of want to bring that up. The Minfilia we knew was a white mage, wasn't she?
Thancred taught me, but I'm still a novice.
That makes sense.
The Minfilias before me battled Sin Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world. I didn't know how to live, let alone fight.
How young did they kidnap her?
Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens.
Holy shit. Our Minfilia only had Min, and that's all. M-I-N? Was she her own class? Not a proper class? Minfilia of the Source was a gatherer main. Oh, minor filia. It's okay, I'm going through it now, so I might still finish before you. Maybe. Probably not. I mean, I only stream it twice a week, and we're going to be splashing in, like, raids and stuff like that, Karen, so you might stay ahead of me, given that you have a lot more days to play it than my 2 Final Fantasy streams a week. But be warned. Be warned, you may one day be caught up to.
I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me. Because I'm not her. I'm not his Minfilia.
Oh, she's not dumb. She might not know a lot, but she's not dumb. Obviously, he's probably not hiding his emotions very well.
We journeyed to Nabatha Reng together. To the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then I'm not sure what happened after that. I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all. It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded. There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence. Though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you. Because I knew that was what she wanted. But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something or bring you to someone or somewhere? I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach. What is that?
The Light Warden is screaming. Oh, Jesus.
Why? Why did you imprison us?
Music stops.
Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair.
I love the design. Oh, it's gone. I love the. Fuck.
Come and play with us.
I love the design.
It came from the castle.
Titania's design, very cool. Shut up. No, I didn't, Jolly. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know me. You don't know how much milk I like in my cereal.
This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Nemo.
I can kind of hear it now, Rando. Titania's the same VA as Y'shtola. You pointing that out, you can kind of hear it.
I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
Oh, I was like, you're not coming back with us, or? The king is not very happy with their current situation. No, but their design is very cool. How come you look nice while questing? What is this fancy robe you have on? Look at me. Look at me. Examine. What are you wearing? Gambler's trench coat. Is that fucking golden saucer? Is that fucking golden saucer? You can tell me. I can take it. If it's gold saucer and I'm missing out. Fuck. It's from gold saucer. Fun fact, you can get glowing Fey weapons with the look of that. Really? All right, screw my relic. I want glowing Fey rapier. From the Titania trial. It's definitely gonna be a trial, 100%. I don't think it would be a dungeon. Mercy, your majesty, we had no choice. Please forgive us. What's wrong, wide lad? Oh, it's you. My ink, were you able to retrieve it? Ease. Yes, this is the ink, and almost all of it too. When our king spoke to me, my day went from bad to worse, but thanks to you, it's simply bad again. What? You had the vision too? Oh, woe is us. Ordinarily, when a living being turns into a sin eater, it loses everything about its mind that defined it. However, the king has retained some of their instincts. This manifests in the desire to play and be free. So strong is that desire, it often leaks through the seal to invade our consciousness. For a long time we've ignored it, but we can't do so forever. But forgive me, I was going to thank you for reuniting me with my ink. You did exactly as I asked, so I will give you the service I promised. Nothing up my sleeve, and voila! May it serve you well. Aetheryte tickets! Good for a single journey through the Ethernet network. Did someone say Gambler's Coat? Yes, I did. Yes, it was me. Nut bake. Nut. The Elder's Answer. Wide lad looks a satisfied Numo. Nut, don't worry. Ah, there's nothing like honorable work. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, I should mention that Elder Wide Ank returned a moment ago. If you seek them out, I dare say they'll have tidings for you. I want it. It's for casters, right? Or is it just for black mage? That's not what I meant to do. Wait, you don't have an adventurer Panda, where's your adventurer plate? Where is your adventurer plate? Where's my super suit? Oh, it's for everyone. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, this is literally a bard wearing it. What am I talking about? I used a Fanta to be Bun from Ellison and have made one for Bun. Have not made one for Bun? I'm assuming? Wait, it removes your adventurer plate when you... Oh, that makes sense that it would do that. Because then you're not the race anymore. Have not. There you go. What does mine look like again? I think mine is like very red mage core. Oh yeah. Very red mage core. Can you tell from this that I like red mages? I don't know if it's very clear. I might need a little more red mage in here. It's not red magey enough. No. Well, I didn't do my duty well enough then. It's not red enough. Require at least 7 more shades of red. Where the giraffes are and the zebra. Kenya, 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 Kenya. Ah, there you are. I'm informed that you've had an... Mac, never do that to me again, by the way. Never do that to me again. Don't ever, like, start the beginning of a song. Ah, there you are. I've been informed that you've been an excellent patron to our people. For that, you have my thanks. Now then, you'll be pleased to hear that... Why is the Kenya song closely related to the Everyone Loves Magical Trevor in my brain? Because singing the Kenya song made my brain think of Magical Trevor. Because the tricks that he does are ever so clever. Look at him there with the leathery whip. It's made of magic and with a little flick. Sorry. Now then, you'll be pleased to hear that we've come to a decision regarding the scepter. If you would gather your companions, I will deliver our answer. If you could hear me cackling, that's like ancient internet. And apparently the two are immensely closely related in my brain. Before I begin, please allow me to express my gratitude for your kind patronage. Having been deprived of purpose for so long, our people are overjoyed at being able to serve again. But on the matter of the stone scepter, during our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we will never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from torment. In this light, we have decided to entrust their fate to you. Well, that was easy. It's made of cowhide, Terra, SMH, that's the whole emotional core of the song. Taking the stone scepter of the Pneumo. This makes 3 relics. 1 more and we can arrange a meeting with the warden. Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as regards your foe. Know that Titania is not a... I almost said meme. I thought that word said meme. Know that Titania is not a meme, but a title bestowed upon one chosen to lead the pixies by the grace of nature. This leader, upon Ilmeg's founding, arose as ruler of all Fey folk to bring order to our riotous kind. In our turn, we Fey folk render our blessing unto nature, unto water, wood, and wind, that our king might be further empowered. I mean, you aren't wrong. Titania is a meme. Isn't a meme. Is a moon. Is not a meme. He's doing magic tricks for cows, but his leather is made of their slaughtered brethren. How fucked is that, by the way, Ray? Though they are become a sin eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full fury of nature. Oh dear. Is there anything else we should know? Anything else? Only that if you feel unready for the challenge, and none here would blame you for it, you are welcome to remain among us a while longer. After all, I myself have yet to enjoy your patronage, and who knows when I will next have the chance. We would see that you are comfortable, of course, and do all in our power to make you feel at home. Oi! Feo! Honestly, I look away for one moment and every fairy and their uncle tries to steal my sapling from me. This is my sapling. Mine, do you hear? Not yours, not the Fuath's, and not anyone who so much as thinks about trying to seduce him will wish they hadn't. I love Feo. I love Feo so much. The final relic is a pair of shoes wrought of crystal. They are held in the Amaro's safekeeping at their settlement. Wulkdorf. It beareth mentioning that these Amaro are unlike those which thou hast heretofore encountered. Owing to a peculiarity of evolution, they are capable of speech, and thus we might negotiate with them as we have with the Fey folk. Fey was a mood, yeah. Though it saddens us to see you leave, we wish you well on your way. When you arrive in Wulikdorf, seek out the largest of the Amaro. His name is Seto, and he is their leader and the bearer of the relic. Ooh! That person's armor was so cool looking, and then they're gone, flying away on a manta ray. Oops, I'm going the wrong way again. I remember when Adventure Plates began, people complained about Squeenix temp banning them for their plates, when in fact it was because these people had their OnlyFans links in their search info, which appeared on their plates. What would possess you to link your OnlyFans in your adventure plate? What would possess you to do that? How? Which pixies? Which pixies? How? I need. How? Tell me. Tell me how. Tell me how. I've never needed anything. I need. Pig. Pig. How to pig. Also, hi, random. Pixie tribal quests. Where do I start them? Where, how do I, where? This? You? Forbidden Loran? A hairy request? Flowers of Fury? What's in a name? Path to popularity? Artist Tale? Gemstone Trader? County Pixies? I will look it up. I will look it up. Terra, fuck the red panda. I need the pig, literally. Or the fat cat. But the fat cat I can buy with money. I think the first one is in Forbidden Loran. This one. The Forbidden Loran. Can I leave a marker? Can I do anything? I'll remember that. Oh, Manic Pixie Dream something. In the Crystarium. Oh. You don't say. Wait, are you guys the talking Amaro? Well, that's upsetting. Ah, how I would like to go and bathe in the lake, but the thought that the Fuath will be waiting puts me right off. I already attuned with this, right? Yeah, I did. Manic Pixie Dream. Okay, I will remember. We need the biggest one. You're pretty big. Are you the biggest, though? You're pretty big. I feel like it'll be noticeably big, though. Oh, that one's big. Look at that one. Enormous Amaro. So big, you might even call it enormous. The name Seto makes me think of other things. Seto Kaiba. An enormous Amaro slumbers peacefully. Seto! Oh, Yugi boy. Funnily enough, no. Oh, Ardbert? Huh? Why did it call me Ardbert? Can it see Ardbert? Oh, wait, it was dreaming about Ardbert. Aw. Said it was red. X, 1, 2, 3. 13th's father's name. Who? Who? Oh, forgive me. I was having a dream. Seldom do men visit us. What brings you to our village? Did I hear you aright? You desire the crystal shoes, that you may confront the Light Warden. Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you. No, you mustn't think such thoughts. Even if you are indeed immune to the light's corruption, as you claim, vanquishing the king will bring you naught but sorrow. Forget this folly. Return whence you came. While we appreciate your concern, we have no choice in the matter. Will you not reconsider? Well, now that you mention it... No, just kidding. Come, my friends. Let us leave him with his thoughts. You actually think of the main character of the game, Fragile Dreams, Farewell, Ruins of the Moon. Cryptic. 'Tis harder by far to change the minds of they who mean well than they who mean ill. Forgive me, but I'm not sure I understand. And little wonder, 'tis the first time thou hast set foot here. 'Twould behoove you all to learn something of the nature of this community, I think, and there is no surer way than to speak with its members. In such wise, you will come to understand Seto's reason for refusing us, and, I hope, gain an insight onto how he may yet be persuaded. So I bid ye seek out the Amaro and make yourselves known unto them. A gentle touch shall suffice by the way of a greeting. Ask them out. Date the camel birds. Treat them to a nice dinner, maybe a nice candlelit dinner, maybe a movie, a walk by the beach, and a gentle touch will suffice. Exactly. Just a little boom. Now they're ready to help us. Borpalick? No, not Borpalick. Is Thancred touching one? No, he's talking at it. Perhaps you wonder why we choose to live amidst these ruins. To you, there may appear to be nothing here, but to us, there is peace and quiet, and that is what we crave above all. I figured out the secret to Black Rose's efficacy. Come. Fun fact, I've never met someone who knew what that game I mentioned was. And I am no different. Well now, it's not often that we are visited by men, much less unglamored ones. Ha! How dare you? How dare I'm questing. You expect me to glamour? I feel attacked. What brings you so far from your own kind? You expect me to glamour every /touch /pet? What am I supposed to do to it? Oh, I'm actually supposed to pet it. How long has it been since I last felt man's touch? I cannot help but be reminded of my master's hand. He was Knight of Verbert, a Knight of Verbert, a noble and valiant soul. But like so many others, he died fighting the Sin Eaters. Though he is long departed, I remain in this land out of respect for his memory. Aww. Dude, this quest literally has you going around petting the camels. The camel burps. And also the randos. I pet the rando. Short version is you play as a young man called Seto, post-apocalyptic world where humanity is just kind of poofed. Sounds traumatizing, Jolly. I pet you. Ah, that tickles. Enough. I never had a master. I'm not accustomed to it. Not that I dislike your kind, you understand? On the contrary, we Amaro were bred to be fond of men. In the beginning, we were all of us mindless beasts, but then a mage of Ranka gave us the gift of intelligence, that we might better serve our masters. After that empire fell, those with the gift eventually died out. On rare occasions, however, we are born with the seed of our ancestors in us. If we live long enough amongst men, this seed may quicken, restoring the power of speech to us amongst other things. So it was with me, though I never had a master, as I told you. Interesting. Just spent a lot of time around humans and then was like, boom, I can talk. So wait, are Amaro like fully sentient beings just unable to communicate? Because that makes me feel strange about using them as mounts. Unless I guess they like it. I guess they were bred to like it. It's weird. The game hurts, emotionally hurts. My kind of game, to be honest. Mine too. Closest the game has come to ruining me emotionally without crying. Oh. What's happening? Why am I being patted? It's wonderful. Seldom do we have the chance to enjoy the attentions of men. Your kind are loath to come here for fear of the Fey folk. But we are Fey folk too. When first we made our home here, we swore an oath to the Fairy King, you see. 'Tis easy to forget sometimes. Pet Nimbus? Okay. Hang on. Nimbus is right here. Let me pet Nimbus. Here you go, Nimbus. I pet you. Just kidding. This one is Nimbus. This one is Nimbus. I tricked you guys. They like it? They're like dog, bird, camel things. I don't know. I like the Amaro. I like them a lot. Thou hast peered into the hearts of the Amaro, I take it? Then thou canst not choose but to... Thou canst not choose but see the intense and abiding love they bear for men. It is out of concern for our welfare and not scorn that Seto seeketh to dissuade us from confronting their king. Yet confront their king we must, and to that end we must needs have the crystal shoes. Thanks so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. God, I love this mount so much. Where does this mount come from again? Where you're in the little TV screen? I love it so much. They're camel crows. That is so accurate, Hijack. Camel crows. Damn. Endwalker fates. God, oh, it's always Endwalker. All the cool shit. Sir, might I prevail upon thee to confer with Seto in private? The task of slaying the Light Warden will ultimately be thine, and it is for thee, I believe, that he worrieth most. Tell him of thy many great deeds, spoken in earnest. Thy words may yet move him to change his mind. Robot! Wait, it's literally a robot. It's like a robot frog. I love it. That one's Shadowbringer Fates. Ooh. I'm in Shadowbringer. I could have it. Wait, that one's really cute. It's just Robo Frog with jetpacks. Also, how hard is it to get the Eureka, like the weird warbly wibbly one? Like the square, but also it's like a circle and also sometimes a triangle. I don't really know what it is. It's cool. Can't get to where the fates are yet, but when I can. You have spoken with my brethren. Help. Then you see it is not out of scorn that I deny you the relic. I simply cannot bear to see men fight and die. Not anymore. None of us can. To lose one who has placed a gentle hand on us, even once, fills our hearts with untold sorrow, as my brothers and sisters will readily attest. I'll win, don't worry. This is something I must do. It's a 56-man raid? What? It's in the last part of Eureka. Okay, 56 man. How is that's so many humans to have in one place? The orb is Eureka Hydatos. I need it. I'm currently in Eureka Anemos? The first one. I think it's Anemos. Baldesian Arsenal. Got it. Okay. I like tried to look up a guide for how it works, and I know there's like 4 regions. That's part of the final like last region, right? So I'm still far from that in that case. I'm like level what did I get to in Anemos? 11? No, I might be level 12 in Anemos. So I'm just moving. I'm making my way. Anemos, Pagos, Pyros, Hydatos. There it is. Thank you. What am I to make of such declarations? Tell me, why do you wish this? This land is no longer man's to fight for, nor will your doing so compel the Fey folk to change, and in order to obtain the other relics, you will already have paid the due price, not more is owed. Why then would you risk all to face our fallen king? To save the world? Aw, to keep a promise to my friends. To keep a promise, I have to choose this one. Even though save the world is like the obvious answer. What did you say? The very words. Could it be mere coincidence? Oh! That's probably what Ardbert said. Like, no matter what you choose, I'm sure it's likely what Ardbert said. Aww. My heart, dude. Haven't been on Final Fantasy in almost a year. Cry, Terra, cry. My heart, Kyo. My heart. My eyes are straining, so good night. Take care and have a rest of Shadowbringer trauma. Jolly love you. Have a good night. Haven't been on Final Fantasy in almost a year. How have you stayed away? How have you resisted? Have we done most of the content already? Very well. You may believe what you say, but we shall see if you have the strength to do it. Sin Eaters have been prowling the area of late. Prove yourself against them, and I will consider giving you the relic. See that you are well prepared, then meet me in the clearing to the east. There, I will lure out the fiends, and you may slay them. Oh, mostly because you moved. So you just fell out of the routine then, is it? Hi, Ardbert. Hello. I like that I have my own personal Ardbert, especially when you're in the warrior outfit. Oop. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, any ether currents nearby? I know we got the one over there, but 702. No, not close. Do you know what okay, I'll actually tell you guys. Remember when I was talking about trying to design a Highlander male that I liked? The issue was I really wanted my Highlander male to look like the trailer Warrior of Light from Shadowbringers in particular, where he's got like the little bit of stubble and everything, and the Midlanders just look so damn derpy in comparison. So I was trying to get a Highlander to look a little bit like that. Alas, I couldn't do it. He's a Midlander, I know. But the Midlanders in game are so derpy. I will use my voice to lure out the Sin Eaters, as I once did when I hunted with an old friend. A feeble cry for the ravenous, a mighty roar for the territorial. I still remember the tricks. But come, we begin at your signal. Aye, ready. Ready then? Very well. Midlander looks good when it's meteor. Yes. There's a new stubbly face? Oh, I have full. That's embarrassing. I just used manification with full mana. Somebody take me out back. I don't deserve to play Red Mage. Madge. Do not madge at my poor gameplay, okay? Thylanders. We were talking about Thylanders earlier, Hijack, and I was saying it's unfair that the female Thylanders look so good, whereas the male Thylanders only have like one flavor of face, which is angry grizzled man, which is fine, but not what I wanted to make. Terra, now you have to level Black Mage until 90 because of that pain! Why would you subject such pain to me, Kyo? Are you being angry at Terra? I support this. Mac, why do you hate me? What did I do to you? I don't think I deserve such hate. You made short work of those creatures. I will not deny it. I have seen enough. Let us return to Willigdorf. Is that easy? That was very painful to see. Oh my god. Kyo, please. Not with the ver puns. There's a veritable number of Red Mage puns in chat. Angry Grizzled Man, or Hildebrand Heliodor Maximilian Manderville. What? I haven't done the Hilda quests yet. Duncan MacLeod of Clan MacLeod. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what's really? By the ease with which you slew those sin eaters, I see that you are capable. However, I still require time to think, and if you should be willing, there's a favor I would ask of you. Okay. This is not a test of your strength, but a personal request. Please hear my tale. Are you going to talk about Ardbert and make me cry? A while ago, I fought sin eaters who had wandered into Ilmeg. In the heat of battle, I dropped a prized possession, a medallion. Of all the places that it should fall, it was Longmirror Lake. We Amaro are not fond of water. We certainly cannot dive very deep. I briefly entertained the thought of turning to the Vuath, but they are more likely to keep my medallion out of mischief than return it to me. I despaired of retrieving my treasure, but having seen what you are capable of, perhaps you'll be able to find it. While I ponder your request for the shoes, will you not go out and search for my medallion? If it should elude even you, I will accept that it is gone forever. Absolutely, I will find your medallion. I am so fucking... Oh, it's so far. Wait. It's literally so far. It's literally light years away. It's a television program. Remember, I'm a Canada. I am the whole of Canada. Did it exist in Canada? Because if it didn't, don't come for me. Oh no, I totally got it. My favorite part is when the guy walks into church and says he's hiding in plain sight. I have no memory. I have no memory of this place. I haven't the faintest of what you guys are on about. Nothing exists in Canada because it's not real. How did you know? How did you know, Sweetling? Who told you our secret? You know what we should do? Actually, we should just dive into the water and swim to the other side. That's what we should just do. I was gonna go all the way around, and for what? When I can just dive through. All AI generated. All of Canada is. Actually, the funniest thing ever, did you guys, I think it might have been only Canadian television, but did America have Body Break? It was like a commercial. It was Body Break with Hal Johnson and Joanne McLeod, because a very specific ad came on, I think YouTube, when Spess and I were watching the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared thing. And we were laughing so hard because it's like such a place of nostalgia, and it was just for like some dumb energy drink or something. It was like, holy shit, they are literally playing to their strengths of like just trying to prey on our nostalgia to be like, buy this thing because Hal Johnson and Joanne McLeod are talking about it. Judging by the point he's at in questline, I think we can do trial tonight. Wait. It's 8:36. We might not be able to do trial tonight. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, it's not the medallion. It's going to be in here. Ha! Hello? Ha! I found it. Because someone is going to uptime him. And Spess was like, I will get supper ready for 9, but you have to end at 9. No going an extra 40 minutes tonight. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. He's like, I don't want to make your supper for you and then have it be ice cold by the time you get to it again. I was like, okay. You have no idea who they are, so not you. Okay, yeah. It just had such a... Dude, I don't even know if this is going to be like DMCA or anything, but I just want to play the fucking... For my own nostalgic sake and any other Canadians that might be in chat. I want to see if I can find it. Holy shit. Ancient television. This was uploaded to YouTube 16 years ago.
Body break, body break.
This is so ancient. Oh my god. You guys want to see ancient fucking Canadian television? Because this is it right here. That's all you get. Ancient Canadian television. And then they would come on and they would like give you like health advice. They'd be like, oh, drink water and take care of your body. It's important to get exercise. That's what the body breaks were supposed to be. Take a break for your body. Canada's weird. Canada isn't real. It's a fake place. Oh man. There's other like Canadian ads that are just so fucking iconic. Like the house hippo. Oh shit, can I find you guys the house hippo? It must exist. I think I've literally seen it before. I don't know if I've ever shared it on stream. The house hippo, such a good commercial. Eh.
It's nighttime, in a kitchen just like yours. All is quiet. Or is it? The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. They come out at night.
I was
to search
convinced
for
that these
food,
were real.
Water and materials for their nests. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. They build their nests in bedroom closets, using lost mittens, dryer lint, and bits of string.
So
the
good.
nests have to be very soft and warm. House hippos sleep about 16 hours a day.
That looked really real, but you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? That's why it's good to think about what you're watching on TV and ask questions, kind of like you just
The
did.
whole purpose of the
message from
commercial.
Concerned Children's
Yeah,
Advertisers.
concerned children's advertisers. The whole purpose of the commercial was like don't believe everything you see was the whole point. But every fucking Canadian child immediately went to their closets to try and find house hippo nests. And we all fucking did it. And anyone that tells you otherwise and is Canadian lied because it looked so real. We were already checked out. We were already checked out of the commercial by the time they're like, that looked really real, didn't it? We're like, no, it's real. We're already in our closets looking for house hippos. Canada is, I don't know how it's a place, is what I'm trying to say. Oh my God. Echo, are you okay? Can't fucking pogo. Oh, see, you should have started on controller, then overall your skill level would have been higher. Oh, you are returned. How fared your search? I got it. Golden medallion. Wait, despite its age and prolonged submersion, this golden medallion still retains its luster. Here you go. This better not be Arbert's medallion, and then you're gonna make me fucking have an emotion. An adventurer from a long time ago gave me this medallion. It's gonna come.
My medallion! You found it!
Interesting that my voice for it isn't far off of its actual voice.
Oh, I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession. A gift from a dear departed soul.
You fucker, don't pull my heartstrings right now.
He was a traveler, and together we journeyed to the ends of the world and back again. When I was young.
Emotional damage!
He's gonna make me cry, dude.
In those days, I could not speak, but we found joy in each other's company nonetheless. Oh, the memory.
I'm mad.
This medallion he found during an adventure, fashioned it into a necklace for me, his partner in crime. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy.
No.
His name was Artbert, and he was my friend.
Artbert, thou sayest?
Everyone blamed him for the flood, him and his comrades. Some few spoke up for them, of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse. It was too much to bear. And so I left behind men and their lies, and came to this place.
Ardbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help. It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet, he was a good man. He deserved to be happy. I wish I could have told him that, at least.
Oh, wow, Jesus. You asshole. You asshole, Camel Crow. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, and still. Oh. I'm sure Ardbert knows how you feel.
You remind me of him. Your kindness. When we Amaro were created, we were granted the ability to perceive souls. Thus did we recognize our masters. That ability has long since faded from our kind. But due perhaps to my reversion, I can see your soul. Faintly, but surely. It is reminiscent of Ardbert's. Strikingly so. Of course, you are you and no one else. We are defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path we walk.
This also applies to Minfilia. I hope she's listening.
Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel that this is more than mere coincidence. Which is why I will place my faith in you. The relic. It is yours.
Oh, it's called Fieldsbringer for a reason. No kidding. The minute he mentioned a lost medallion, I was like, it's gonna be Ardbert's. He's gonna talk about Ardbert. I'm gonna have an emotion.
There's trouble! Terrible trouble!
Has something happened at Lida Loran?
Together with the twins, we were playing tricks on some nasty mortals to stop them from setting foot in Ilmeg. At first they ran off screaming, which was lots of fun.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Strummer? Yeah, of course.
But then a scary, bony, wrinkly old mortal came along and spoiled everything. None of our tricks seemed to work on him, which is no fun at all. And now they're getting
wrinkly
closer
mortal.
and closer.
Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Whew. Oh, the Eomorans. Bony, wrinkly, old. Bony, wrinkly, old. Bony, wrinkly, old. I don't know who that could apply to. I'm drawing a blank right now. Oh, of course! A fucking Ranjit! I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Ranjit, of course. I don't think I would call him old, or I wouldn't call him bony. He's kind of fit. Like, for an old dude, he kind of fit.
As thou sayest. Should we be discovered ere our mission here is complete, and the Light Warden yet liveth, our task will be rendered
Why am I
nigh
rubbing
impossible.
my eyes? I literally got a tissue box, literally for Shadowbringers, and yet I'm still rubbing my goddamn eyes and making them super fucking acid. Okay. I'm good. We're good. We're cooking. We're in business. Aaron, thanks for the hydrate, by the way. Oh, shit, it's Ranjit.
If we are to prevail, we must needs divide our forces. Thus do I propose the following. Whilst thou salliest forth to meet with the Light Warden, we shall join in the effort to obstruct the trespassers.
Okay.
Should we succeed in staying their advance, all the better. Yet even should we fail, if we can but delay our enemy's arrival long enough for thee to secure victory, our plan may still be deemed a success.
So the moment the lights go out, we all beat a hasty retreat, yes?
Yes.
Let me come with you. I have the blessing too.
Ooh, Thancred, can we? Can we?
No, Midfelia.
Fuck.
We'll only get underfoot. Now come.
Dad Crid said no.
I wish there were more I could do. Please be careful.
She's like, can you ask my mom? Because if I ask, she'll say no. And if you ask, she'll say yes. Except Dad Crid said no either way. He's gonna hit you with the punchy hands and the kicking feet. He's so strong! I guess at this point in the game, is Ranjit stronger than Xenos? Because we were kind of 1v1ing Xenos. Actually, hang on. We got our ass kicked by Xenos. It was only because of Estinian that we didn't get our ass kicked. Wait a second. No, because we were having a moment with the Echo, weren't we? Not Rando Raiden Ardbert's place. I have to hug you, okay, to get out my sad Ardbert feelings. I have to. You are Ardbert right now, okay? Oh man. Hey, an Aether Current. Aktla Orm-in. Said I would wish you well on your way. Randbert. Forgive me. It seems my indecision has cost you precious time. But I am convinced now, convinced that you will triumph. To the south, you will find the bridge to Lygia. As the bearer of the 4 relics, the gate to the castle will open to you. Oh. Lygia, thank you. Lygia? I'm gonna butcher it every single time. Hey, this is a, I'm coming back for you. I'm coming back for you, baby. I'm coming back for you. I need all the fucking Aether Currents. Boop. 572 Yalms to the southwest. It's probably around here. Probably gonna be on our way, actually. First one, Lygia. Got you. Thank you for doing your best to give me the most phonetic that you can, because I will always butcher it. Accepted at least. Last time I tried to just casually pick up an Aether Current quest, they were like telling me their life story. So I'm not accepting it until I'm ready to listen to their life story. Holt Avis. It's a cool design. I like the floofy tail. Oh! Oh, that made my stomach spin. I didn't realize there was a ledge there. To the west, 288. Huh? What? On the rock, maybe? Southwest. I'm being lied to on this Aether Currents location. Maybe it's actually up the bridge. Oh, that little spot down there is beautiful. Can I G-pose down there? Can I G-pose down there? Is that a place I can reach and stand on? I think it is. Oh, I think it is. Please let me stand. Don't make me swim. Oh, you fuck. You're gonna make me swim. Fuck you. I wanted to G-pose down there. Would have been perfect. Oh well. Can't have shit in the first. I like that you're on one of these mounts while waiting for me, Rando. The way you cling to it is so cute. How is it even a mount? You just like death hug it. Or not death hug, but like cling for dear life. What a cute mount. This is gonna unlock the trial, isn't it? And I'm 7 minutes before Spess gets mad at me. Probably don't have time to do this. This is definitely the entrance to the trial. Just in case this is a big dramatic moment, we might save this for next stream on Thursday. Because it might be like a whole, wow, relics opening, ooh, shiny, stuff happening, somebody dies maybe. So I think we'll end right here. Whoop. This is the quest with the trial in it. If you're gonna eat on time, you best leave off here. That's what you said. You did warn me. Back to the Crystarium. Cause yeah, this feels like it, especially because we've been collecting all these relics, it feels like it's gonna be like a dramatic moment and take a lot of time and not be quick. So we have the quest in our log and we log out here. Look at cute Bean. Look at Lala. Mac, I still can't get over your bonk emote. It's so cute. Dad got some good news. It's time to celebrate. Good night, y'all. Echo, good night. Do we have anyone streaming 14 right now that I can raid? I would rather ship you guys off into 14 if I can help it. I can't. Oh my god. It has now taken me 6 attempts to spell out twitch.tv. That was so hard. That had no business being that hard. Hoping second artist will have time to do a logo thing for me for new business that I want to work on. Ooh, Mac. Ooh, exciting. Ooh, very excited. Who do I have on my list right now? Do you know who I'd really like to raid back one day? Abaddon. Because Abaddon raided us with like a massive raid, and I would like to just like send people back to them. Even though they're further in the story than me and I could not watch them, it would just bring me joy to do. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Somebody's playing Final Fantasy 6. Oh, yeah, that's 6. Final Fantasy 6 we could go to. Because I don't think I have anyone playing 14 at the moment. No, I don't. Boo, boo. Oh, you know Ava, Panda? I wonder if maybe you came to me through Ava. I saw on their schedule that they usually stream World of Warcraft streams, but every time I've been looking, they've just been playing 14, and I'm like, fuck! You came here from Ava! Yo, let's go! I really want to pay them back a raid, but alas, it hasn't lined up yet. Stacy RPG is streaming Endwalker. Hang on. I can't look, and I'll have to raid run if we go there. You did too, actually, Dina. Let's go. Wait, did I spell their name wrong? I may have spelled their name wrong. There's an E in there, isn't there? Stacy with an E? I could ship you guys off to there, or we could go to somebody playing Final Fantasy VI. Oh, Thursday's the next day? Thursday's my next day as well. Hey, that's convenient. So if I end sooner than them, I can send you guys there and be like, ha! Payback! I've sent you back where you belong. I think let's go Final Fantasy VI. Jill is somebody that I've known for a very long time. Not like personally, more like through, they've been on my follow list for forever. And I've known them through like here's my circle. And then they're just like on the outer ring of my circle. Like they interact with a lot of the people that I interact with, but I've never like directly interacted with them. And they're playing Final Fantasy VI, so why not? It's still in the same vein. Whoop. Also, how did they get the name Jill? Crazy. How do you just get the name Jill? Because I think they hit partner somewhat recently, maybe in like the past year or so. Whoop, there's our raid messages. Actually, I did them backwards. The first is if you're not subbed. The second is if you are subbed. And I'm back on Thursday, where we're gonna do the Titania trial and everything else, and maybe do the Omega raids that day. I've been too engrossed by the story to even like want to take a moment's break from it. But I love you guys so much. Please eat water, drink food, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do. And I will see you guys Thursday. Okay? Goodbye. Goodbye. I love you. Goodbye.